Okay, I think it might be working now. Someone please tell me. I need to know if it's working. Because StreamYard is just being yay, okay. Let me just double check what it's doing for audio. Huh. Okay, can you still hear me? That should be better now. Fucking StreamYard, man. Making my life a misery. It's happy hour. Do this. Okay. I'm also going to make a cocktail now that things are working. Got to do a couple of things. Do a little camera adjustment. Think we're all good. I should be really careful. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I just saw a funny headline. I had to check. And it was stupid. All right. I was trying to, God, my fucking brain, honestly. I have to decide what I'm doing. Alexa, hello. Oh, yeah, no, it just started. It usually takes people a while to roll on in, Alexa. Hi, by the way. Oh, gosh. Don't hold out high hopes for that, Heine. Thank you for liking the shirt, Kelty. Right, so I've got to decide. What am I going to make? I was going to make cherry syrup cocktails, but then I realized I don't have some stuff. Requires more preparation, so something else. How do you like them apples, Herb? Did I keep a screenshot of that? That was an old idea of mine. The Nancy Wake. Let me go back and back and back. Oh, I feel like I've forgotten the subtlety of this. Okay. I got to check my Facebook, maybe. Okay, honey, I haven't seen it. I don't hold out a lot of hope for it. Brisbane Council election. That's not something that's on my radio, Alexa. God knows what's. I could look it up and see what's happening. It's going to make a cocktail or two. Oh, holy shit! Every time I actually think that my brain goes blank. Facebook. That's what I was checking. Jesus. Okay, what do we got going on here? Okay, so I need to go to my Facebook profile and search. Ah, it worked. Okay, Jägermeister Green Sugar Finette Pranker. Okay, yeah. That's what I'm making then. Alexa, you want to hang around for like 10 minutes? I want to make a cocktail and then I'll sit down with the cocktail and we'll chat. And I'll also look up Brisbane Council election. News. 5 days ago, a week ago. So councils are next month, according to this. There you go. Still defense. Hello, another question for me. Okay, before I go up and make a cocktail, I'll take your question, Still Defense. All right, so Alexa, you're going to set yourself up, finish your event, get back to your desk. Okay. They stopped. Holden doesn't exist anymore. I'm not a car person. So that's going to be like one of the beefier HSVs, I guess. There was a thing that was inspired by the racing team called Holden Special Vehicles. Actually, I think they still make HSVs because they were a really limited run. Sadly, Still Defense, in this case, I am the wrong person to ask. I am absolutely not a car person. I drive a little hatchback, which is actually a Holden. And as I said, it's old because they don't make Holdens anymore. There was a whole dispute with the government and subsidies, and there is now zero large-scale car manufacturing in Australia, which was a really bad fuck up by the Conservative federal government of the time. So there you go. I can't really say anything useful. But okay, I am going to make. How do you like them apples, Herb? Okay. Now it's just fun. What herbal liqueurs do I put in? So you're a car person. Oh, yeah. No, see, you wouldn't. So Holden was Australia's car manufacturer, um, set up in the mid 20th century, got bought by General Motors in like the 70s. So it was GMH, General Motors Holden. Uh, but they don't exist anymore. So, yeah. I know they were very popular with people who like cars, people who like big, beefy cars. They're not really like the American muscle cars, but I guess they're in the ballpark. Like I said, they were modeled on the actual racing vehicles that were very popular in Australia. So, all right, I was useless with that question. Sorry. Yeah, Heine, I think HSVs may still be manufactured because they were, virtually hand built. You want me to open a cocktail lounge so I can have it'd be like instead of live streams, it would be come to the bar. Yeah, well, I failed to win that $200 million lotto, so you know that's that gone to. Okay, gotta set the scene. Okay, set up the GoPro. This one I'm making is a original creation of mine, which I call "How do you like them apples, Herb?" Which is a bit of a convoluted name. I agree. Hello, Kirsten. So lovely to see you. Hellion, hello. I'm just about to make a cocktail and then sit down. Right. So it's apple brandy based, and I happen to have this barrel aged Calvados, which is really nice. Which was on special at Nick's Wine Merchant, and they had it on half price special recently, and I didn't get it, and I should have. But anyway, now herbal liqueurs. We'll go green chartreuse. I used Fernet Branca before, and my cinnamon liqueur. All right, 3 herbal liqueurs. And I'm going to use a little bit of my apple syrup as well. Okay, close the mysterious cupboard of mystery. Actually, you know what? This is basically an old fashioned. I should go and get some clear ice to make it look good. Apparently, 2 spiked iced teas, 3 old fashions. That's actually a lot, depending on the time frame. I would not like to drink that in, depending how spiked the iced teas were. I would not like to drink that in less than like 2 or 3 hours, to be sure. And even then, that would probably be my limit. Very heavily dependent on how spiked the iced teas were. Anyway, I've been making lots of clear ice lately, so I'm going to use it. So I just got to, 60 seconds, go out and get my clear ice, and I'll be back. Okay, so should have planned this better and been ready, but you know, c'est la vie. Let me do this and this. Right. Get the tripod from over here. Put it up here. Put the camera on it. The ice in this glass is ticking as the temperature of it's changing. Okay. That's kind of there. Stop making noise, ice. Okay, yeah, very spiked. Yeah, Herman can go to bed. So, all right, well, see, that's fine. Home. That's thinking. If you're gonna hit your limit at home. It's far less traumatic. Right, turn this on. Quarter ounces of each of these. Okay. Right. Man, I really should have got a bottle of this when it was on special. Oh well. Let's this might not be the best judgment I've ever had, but yes, how is everyone? Chat amongst yourselves while I make this cocktail. I'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Right, let's turn this on. Okay. And we're off to the races. Yeah, green chat chips. Cinnamon liqueur. This is an experiment. This might not be any good. But I liked it last time I made it, according to Facebook memories. So, here we go. Oh my god, that's so good. That's sugar syrup. Okie dokie. So that's that. New. We've got some ice in there. Here my little thermos of ice. Oh, yeah, I was about to start doing it without starting the camera. Done that before, like a complete fool. This tastes like. Ooh, it's a thing. That's what it is. All right, put this. Yeah. Okay. And we strain it into the glass. I don't have my orange here. 1 second, and I will run back with an orange. Feel very poorly prepared this evening. Hello, Dr. Abigail, by the way. Shouldn't be here. Should be at the MCG watching your wife. Well, you got to keep that on the down low, don't you? Don't want to raise suspicions. Okay, that's made. Now I've got to take a picture. Wo ist meine phone? I am so confused. Picture. That'll do. And now I will move this over here. Brighten it up a little, turn that on. Put these lids back on. All right, let's try this. You can hear the crowd. Nice. Oh, nice. Kirsten, your sister's at Abigail's wife's concert. Oh, I've got those too. Oh, wow. I might go out and get them, Kirsten. We can be snack buddies. They're so yummy. All right, now I'm going to just do this talking bit. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is a cocktail of my own creation that I call How Do You Like Them Apples, Herb? It actually popped up on my Facebook memories from, I think it was 4 years ago. So right at the start of COVID, before my alcoholism seriously set in. And I looked at it, and from the write-up I gave it on Facebook, I liked it. I looked at it and went, yeah, I've got a bit more experience now. I can tweak that a little and make that a better drink. I'm going to have a quick taste to see if it is better than I remember. Oh, what I said in the original post was it's a flavor explosion every mouthful, and it is. There are some really nice flavors here. Let's quickly go through. You might be able to guess by the name that it's apple-based. It's apple brandy-based. I'm actually using this French Calvados. This is barrel-aged, which is reasonably unusual for Calvados. This has been aged 5 years in oak barrels, and it's really tasty. Brings a much richer flavor. And the herb part is I'm putting a bunch of herbal liqueurs in here. Starting with the Old Faithful, green chartreuse, and one to really liven things up, there's some Fernet Branca in there. And this is an odd and unusual one I picked up just because it was a one-off. This is, but from Bittermans, who are best known for making bitters, this is an accidental cinnamon liqueur they put out a few years ago. When I say accidental, apparently what happened is somebody put, I think it was somewhere between 10 and 100 times more cinnamon in a particular batch of something they were making they should have. And they went, oh no, disaster. And then they tasted it and went, no, actually, I like it. It's a very strong cinnamon. And keeping up with the apple thing, I'm going to put just a bar spoon of my spiced apple brown sugar syrup. And that's one of my favorite things I've made. The short version of how you make that is slice up an apple or several apples, cover them in twice their weight in brown sugar, let the apples work their magic, and they will liquefy the sugar over about 12 hours or so. And then in a saucepan, I toasted some cooking spices like star anise, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, whatever you have, whatever you like, essentially. And then added the apples and the syrup to that, a little bit of water so it would all mix in, and simmered it till it was nice and syrupy, and it tastes fantastic. So basically, all those little elements are coming together to form this. I probably should have had an apple slice as a garnish to stay on theme, but I didn't prepare that. So orange peel it is. But here's how I made it. In a mixing glass, put 2 ounces or 60 mils of apple brandy, and then I'm adding half an ounce or 50 mils of green chartreuse. Follow that with half an ounce. Then I'm adding a quarter of an ounce or 7.5 mils of green chartreuse. Add to that a quarter of an ounce, 7.5 mils of Fernet Branca. Then again, quarter of an ounce, 7.5 mils of cinnamon liqueur. And just to round things out, putting about a bar spoon or 5 mils of my brown sugar syrup. Add to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink. Now strain that into a rocks glass over a big chunk of ice, and lacking an apple, garnishing that with a strip of orange peel. All up, I guess this is the sort of flavors that people associate with winter. As I make this, it's late summer in Australia, and it'll be late winter going into spring in the Northern Hemisphere. So maybe it's a mid-season thing, you know, as things get cooler or things get warmer, this can kind of cross over. I think this is actually the apple stuff. That's like the autumn flavors in a lot of part of the world. So it probably suits my part of the world better, but it's a very tasty drink. I recommend you try it. How do you like them apples, Herb? What a clown. Okay, sitting down. Oh God, and I just remembered I forgot one more thing. I'm really annoyed with myself. But that's okay. I'll switch a couple things off. Make myself some space. Put this here. Switch that off. Bring my chair around. Before I sit down, quickly run out the kitchen. Get a skewer, because even though I didn't garnish that with a cherry, I want a cherry. Okay, it's all good in the hood right now. Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother. I don't know. The sex hats and the booze just go together and hide in the cupboard there. Oh yeah, so the spirits are all there, Kirsten. The liqueurs and the overruns are in the mysterious cupboard of mystery. So that in there. So yes, I am. Let me do this. I have been thinking of getting another one of these racks and having more of the drinks out here, but I have not gotten around to that. So, you know, it might happen and it might not. I tell you, I have to fucking stop buying things. Not only are those racks full, the cupboard's starting to get full. It's like, okay. Probably need to slow down on the old alcohol purchases. That's like a particularly nice apple pie. Apple and herbs and spices, cooking spices. Ooh, and I swear that even has a little pastry taste to it. It was like really definite cloves coming through. That's probably the Fernet Branca. And actually the cinnamon too. It's pretty yummy. Nice. Of course you've got a booze room. You need one. Sorry, I just said that. So husband's drunk and wants to remove a mirror from the wall. I think that's an exceptionally bad idea. He should sober up and make the decision. I'm so that type of girl. Just saying Kirsten doesn't put booze in the cupboard with the sex hats. Well, they just live together. A chair for the booze room. I mean, that's nice. Then you can sit and look at the booze and drink the booze sitting in the chair. Hope it's a comfy chair. And I think I may have mentioned this before multiple times, but it's really weird. Like when the offspring moved out, so we had 2 extra rooms, I did, of course, do the rational thing and go, should we move into a smaller place and maybe pay less rent? And yes, because of the rental crisis, smaller places are more expensive. How long have we been here? Like 7 years? Must be coming up on 7 years. I don't even know anymore what time is. COVID completely ruined my ability to judge time. It's 6 or 7 years living here anyway. And they have been putting the rent up, but, not enough to be as expensive as anywhere else. But that was a really weird revelation, though. It would be more expensive to move to a smaller place than this. So we just took over the spare rooms. The bar and the Zen room through there. Ooh, comfy. That's great price for a comfy chair. Excellent work. That's actually the one thing. Like, this is the streaming room and the bar. It's not really a space for sitting and drinking. I probably need to get rid of the bed that's just here. I haven't bothered to because it's a good quality bed. And now, like on Friday nights, when I go late, I tend to sleep in here so as not to not to disturb Mrs. Angry. And but yeah, 1 or 2 comfy chairs in here would be a nice touch. I got to think about it. Decisions. This is what we are faced with. Oh, wait, Alexa wanted to talk about Brisbane City Council elections. So I'm going to look. Okay, there's a couple ABC articles. Greens partnership could help secure City Hall. Former Brisbane Lord Mayor Jim Sawley says. Former Labor Lord Mayor Jim Sawley suggested Labor should work with the Greens so together they can form a majority. The party stalwart who led Brisbane for more than a decade was among those at a rally where Labor launched its campaign to take control of the council at next month's election. He said he was only Lord Mayor because of preferences. He's saying the Greens are a threat to some Labor seats, but they're a bigger threat to the LNP. Labor's Lord Mayoral candidate Tracy Price is squaring off against LNP incumbent Adrian Schrinner, who's been mayor since 2019, as well as a Greens candidate, Jonathan Srianganathan. That's too many syllables for a name. During the campaign, LNPs accused Labor of being a coalition with the Greens, something the party denied. Now, Mr. Sawley's saying they should be a coalition with the Greens. But they're saying there's no deals and he's not a spokesperson for the campaign. Last time Labor won Lord Mayoral election was 2000. Wow. So they haven't been mayor for 20 years. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, you were at the Labor campaign launch. Nice. So, okay, did you want to come on and talk about it, Alexa? Oh, okay. Op shop score. That sounds like win, Kirsten. Ooh, I like that as a different drink. I wouldn't have that every day, but it's nice. I got to catch up with you, Kirsten. That's one old fashioned. I have to have several more old fashions, and I'm going to spike tea. I've got a couple of clarified cocktails. I can have those as well as the night progresses. Okay, I'll put a link and see if you can connect. Okay, Alexa. So here's the Joiny link. You should, I don't know, just be able to tap on that. I'm not sure how your phone works though, but that's the link for joining. You don't need any software. It's just browser based. The magic of StreamYard, even though it fucked me around at the start of the stream, as it is sometimes wont to do. But the problems this time were less severe than some other times, but I did have to shut down my browser and start again in order to get everything working, and I have no fucking idea why StreamYard makes my life so difficult. Because I have it because it makes my life easy. And in quite a few ways, it makes my life very easy. But this weird, intermittent technical problem. Oh, freezer drinks. Nice. I still have a freezer martini. That's my only freezer drink at the moment. And it looks like it's working. Alexa, how are you doing? I think... can you hear me? Because I think it's working at your end.
Let's see if it actually does. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, seems like there's a bit of a delay between us, but it's working. So what did you want to tell me about the Labor launch and the Brisbane Council elections?
And yeah, there's a bit of a delay, so let's see how it goes.
So Alexa is someone I've actually known for years.
Okay, so I can hear you talking because I know there's a bit of a delay. You may say something. I didn't want... Oh, I stopped. I'm waiting for you. It's the delay in getting sorted. So I wait for you to do the intro, and I talk a bit.
You actually want me to do another intro? Okay, it's a very long delay. So this, I'm going to go with this isn't sustainable. But yes, I do want to introduce Alexa, someone who we used to attend some social media things together, and he has been on the stream before, not for a little while, but wanted to talk about the Labor campaign launch in the Brisbane City election. So when you hear me stop talking, Alexa, I'll throw to you. And then there's, unfortunately for the audience, it seems like there's going to be like a 10-second delay. So we can't really have a dialogue, but I'll let you have a monologue and explain about the election launch. And with that preamble over, I'm throwing to you now. Okay, it's not working. Okay. And all you can hear is the screams of the Swifties. I imagine they are very loud, actually. I would not be at all surprised if I could step outside. Monologuing is more of a Shelbyville idea. Okay, Alexa's tried reconnecting. Oops.
Okay.
You go.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I think this might be a bit better this time because I'm using the same device for audio and microphone. So I didn't, yeah, I went there because my friend's in the Labour list, and I was curious, and I'm learning a lot about how Brisbane is different from other councils, and how what local council even means in general, and how it could mean probably different in Brisbane. And I have a lot of questions. I have nothing to share, basically. I was just curious to hear what you have, your thoughts on just anything around it. Could be anything. But should parties talk or bring up their name in the local council election at all? Or yeah, if you know anything about Queensland Labor, anything, yeah, I'm just curious.
All right. Okay, I'm not really into. Oh, okay. What we get is a delay of me coming back on your side. So that's not really going to work because you get an echo of me a second after I speak. So you're going to have to. This is not going to work. That's okay. So answering. Hello, Megaleech, by the way. Answering Alexa's question about local council. I know bugger all about Queensland politics. Well, apart from the obvious that it's the most conservative state in the country. Certainly not local council. I'm not really a fan of local councils being contested along party lines, but people are people, and you can't really stop party machines from moving on. And with the capital cities, running for mayor, not always, but extremely often, is used as a stepping stone for people to go to state or federal politics. So I think that's why the parties jockey really hard to get in the capital city councils. And yeah, you saw the party machines as well. I'm not a fan of that in local elections. So, oh, I'm glad. See, he's in the sweet spot. Husband is intoxicated enough to think of prying mirrors off the wall, but sober enough to know you're too intoxicated to pry the mirror off the wall. Good judgment. Labor curious leads to coming out of supporting unions. Next thing you know, you're raving socialist. Yeah, well, I have no idea what the real politics of like Queensland Labor running for Brisbane City Council is, but it was interesting to me. They haven't won the mayoralty for 20 years. So I guess it's been an LNP mayor for 20 years. So that's a real thing to fight back against. But yeah, I guess a bit of a damp squib with regards to the Queensland politics and very much Brisbane City politics. I have no idea what's going on there. What people pushing. Actually, what was in there was this ABC article. The LNP promises security grants for sports clubs. Brisbane Sports and Community Club will be... They're literally trying to buy votes. Oh, to bolster security. Oh, they're going with the crime thing. Clubs who are eligible will get up to $10,000 to put CCTV and locks and whatnot. Oh, yes, they're doing a crime scare. Okay. So, yes, LNP has held the Lord Mayoralty since 2004, controlled the council chamber since 2008. Election day is March 16th. Early voting begins on March 4th. So it's a month until the elections. The Greens announced a light rail study. They're pushed to bring trams back to Brisbane. Wow, okay. The LNP administration would announce plans to expand the Brisbane Metro project. Lord Mayoral candidate Jonathan Too Many Syllables. Sri Rangan. See, I think 3 syllables is acceptable for a surname. This is Sri Rangan. 5 is a bit decadent, honestly. It's not actually that hard to say if you practice it, I don't think. Sri Ranganathan. I'm probably pronouncing it terribly, but that's basically it. Sri Ranganathan. See, it's not that hard. I just think 5 syllables is a bit gratuitous in a name. So they're all saying public transport in one form or another. Wow. LNP saying more money on public transport. Brisbane Metro run 2 routes between 8 Mile and Roma Street. Royal Brisbane Women's Hospital, University of Queensland. Wow. Isn't that weird? Even the LNP doing public transport. I didn't say he wasn't allowed. You asked me, was it a good idea? And I was like, no, absolutely not. So Alexa saying Brisbane South seat was lost to the... Oh, yes, I do remember that, actually. Yes. Go with nicknames. One goes by Beck Mac. And yes, Labor's official line is no coalition with the Greens. If it means blocking the LNP from controlling the council, of course they will. But they're playing politics, so they say up front they won't do it. I got this big chunk of ice. If I'm going to make another cocktail, I should make another one that goes in a glass with ice. What's in... Okay. Elixir Tropical is not. That's a sour, which is served up. East India number 2. Brandy, orange liqueur. Pineapple syrup. Oh, an excuse to use my pineapple syrup. Yes. Yes. Okay, I'm going to make that. That should be really quick. So, Alexa, Terry Butler was Shadow Minister, lost her seat. Yes. Labor super upset that they lose seats to Greens because Labor sells out the traditional values of Labor to be the slightly less conservative than the Liberal Party. And they seem surprised when people don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, I'm going to run out and get my pineapple syrup, which is super yummy. Okay, I'm back. It's me again once more. I'm back. Okay, I'm going to move a few things around. Get this chair out of the way for a moment. Bring this light back around. I shall sing what I'm doing, because life should be a musical. Even if you are unmusical and atonal in singing, like I am. I shan't let that hold me back. Okay. Where is this drink I am making? Okay, well, how do you like them apples heard? Is over in doing. We're doing the East India number 2. Okay. Okay. Let's get that out. Just getting maximum mileage out of my clear ice because it takes more than a day to make it. All right. Get that and put some stuff away. Orange liqueur, pineapple syrup, mango syrup. Okay, this is pretty easy. All this stuff goes back in the cupboard. No, the sex hat's got out. Howdy, partner. How's it going? Want some sexy times? I'm sorry, I'm the sex police. Please go away. Okay. The sex hats. Why are they in there? Okay. Sex hats are now. Oh god, I have to put this back. I hope the sex hats don't escape while I'm doing it. No, the sex hats stayed in that time. Alright, triple brandy go away. Other brandy come out. So orange liqueur. Pineapple syrup. Alright. And that. And aromatic bitters. Aromatic bitters. Okay, let's get this stuff ready. $50 mils. Fuck it, I'm just doing 2 ounces. The fuck do I care? Okay. It's all happening. I don't have my GoPro set up there. Come here, GoPro. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Let's go. Okay, so we're going. Okay. $15 mils of pineapple syrup. Tasty. And 2 dashes of vinegar. Okay, that's the making of Dunzo. Now, let's add and add a bit more fresh ice. Okay. A lot of ice in there. Okie dory. Let's do this. Okay. And start it up. Do our stirring. Oh shit, that tastes good. All right. And do a orange twist. And all right, now I'm going to take a picture of this. Oh, this. All right. And okay. Alrighty, now this will be quick, and then I'm sitting down, not making any more video, unless I change my mind, you know. Oh, that's not bright enough. So turn that up. Turn that shit up. Oh man, okay, I need to charge those batteries. Let's do this. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is a brandy-based cocktail called East India No. 2. And I've had a bit of fun by using homemade blood orange liqueur and homemade pineapple syrup in it. But you can use store-bought alternatives, of course. And I need to taste it. This is such a good drink. This tastes really nice. If you like sweet drinks, that is. Here's how I made it. In a mixing glass, put 2 ounces or 60 mils of the brandy of your choice, then half an ounce or 15 mils of orange liqueur, half an ounce or 15 mils of pineapple syrup. Round things out with 2 dashes of aromatic bitters. Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, and then strain that into a rocks glass over a big chunk of ice. For garnishes, I'm using a twist of orange peel and a maraschino cherry on a skewer. This is a really bright, fruity drink, and apple brandy might be a good choice here too, but you can try it. East India No. 2. Cheers. Got it into 60 seconds. Okay, switching everything off now. And sitting down, seeing what's going down in Alphabet Town. All right. Oh, God, I was going to do... You know what? I might do one more thing. We'll see how I go. No rush. I can do it another time. I was going to do the peach whiskey thing. I was going to leave the peach in the whiskey for a week, so I was going to do the setup tonight. Actually, I probably still should do that. Hey, Justin, how you doing? Okay. Alrighty. Put that there. It's a fun color, very orange drink. Mrs. Angry is laughing a lot at something. Man, oh man, that drink is good. It's very sweet. I might be on a sugar rush soon. Who knows? Kitten's third birthday. Biggest kitten in the world. Happy birthday, ridiculously large kitten. And it was nice of your wife to have a celebratory concert to coincide with Kitten's birthday. Justin, well, Alexa and I were talking about the upcoming Brisbane City Council elections, which is somewhat interesting because the LNP have held the council for 20 years, and there's a huge question of if it's possible for Labor to get a majority in their own right, or if they would rely on the Greens. Publicly, they're saying because this is what Labor always says, saying they won't do a deal with the Greens, because they rightly assume that will encourage people to vote Greens. But yeah, it's like if the choice is between the LNP running the council and them in a coalition with the Greens, they're going to be a coalition with the Greens. Rottweiler dude, hello. Ease up on the fruit Mentos. What, did you have a sugar rush? Or do they have some weird effect on you? I feel like you may be referencing something with fruit Mentos that I'm not quite getting. Because, let's be fair, I'm not very bright. So, also, second cocktail for the evening. But we're an hour into the stream, so I just barely started my second cocktail, so I'm actually being pretty restrained so far. You know what? I think I will quickly do the peach whiskey thing. What does that mean? Brisbane and Canberra are the only two cities in Australia under a unified council. What is a unified council in this context? I do not know that terminology. I know not of what you speak. Oh, wow. Sorry, there's so much about public transport in the Brisbane city elections. Parties pledge to halve bus fares, cut speed limits as Brisbane council election ramps up. Look at the start of the Brisbane Metro tunnel designed to end traffic chaos in the CBD. Yeah, well, that always works. Still don't know what that means. Alexa, whole Brisbane. Oh, right. Okay, so there are no suburban councils in Brisbane or Canberra. Yeah, well, they can barely justify it. Population's barely bigger than Dubbo, honestly. Hello, Strictly Sega. You know, but look, while I'm still vaguely cogent, I am going to make one more video. I just have to go out and get the peaches and a jar. So I, I knew what you meant, Strictly Sega. Well, that's how you addressed the package. Did I mention Mrs. Angry is also excited about your olden days disc mixers? So we're going to plan a drive because that's where I'll be able to listen to it in the car. The car has a CD player. So we're going to plan a drive where we'll listen to those. Right. Okay. I'm going to go out and get a couple of things. Okay. Got some stuff. I hope they work in the car too. I should actually test that before we make any big plans. So, Justin, Canberra state government has responsibility for local councils. Okay. And one of the CDs is normal CD. Oh, yes, you did say that. Yeah. Okay. Got some peaches. Got a container. And based on conversations from last night, going to make it whiskey. Whiskey and peaches. We were lied to in the song. Peaches come in a can. These come in a sealed plastic cup. They were put there by a pup. Does that work? Does that scan? Put in this bag. Okie dokie. Okay, now I need to put this chair out of the way. Oh, actually, I want to do the porky bit first. So I'll do this. Okay. World turns upside down. Actually, okay, I need to move some stuff around. Over there. Put this over here. Brandy back in here. Now, I want to empty that bottle. And top it up with one of my cheaper ones. Crafting Co? Is that the one? Yeah, I thought he's Crafting Co. What's that? Irish whiskey. Okay. Okay. What do I like on this? Moving to the country, got killed on the beach. That is not what I wanted to do. Oh, I actually did the right thing. I'm so confused. Okay. Got to do the talky thing. Just an intro. And I'll taste this next Friday. Won't that be fun? G'day, cocktail lovers. This is somewhat of a sequel to a video I did a while back. A friend pointed me out at the channel, a guy called Ryan Doka. His online name is surname first, Doka Ryan. And I think he's quite popular on TikTok and YouTube. And his main thing he does, he puts something in booze. He puts a food-ish or confectionery-ish thing in some sort of booze, leaves it for a week, and then tastes it. And one he did that he was surprised how much he liked it was absinthe with peaches, like, from a tin, or in my case, a little plastic tub. And I tried it, and it was actually remarkably good. It was amazing. Now, recently, Mrs. Angry's been saying, hey, you've still got several of these things of peaches you haven't used. You should use them. I thought, fair call. And I was discussing on a live stream what would be best, because I was torn, because I think any spirit would work with like gin or whiskey or brandy or rum or even agave spirits. Tossed it around. I thought, first, you always get like peach bourbon drinks. So I'm going to go with some whiskey with the old peaches in syrup. So it's going to be a whiskey liqueur because it's going to have a fair bit of syrup added to it just by the packaging. I'm not straining the peaches, I'm going to add it in. So it'll be a peach whiskey liqueur. So to use Ryan's phrases, I guess, I'm going to put whiskey in peaches for a week or until something interesting happens. Okay, so that's the intro talkie. The rest will be next Friday. All right, now I'll just get a close up of putting the peaches and the whiskey in a jar. Okay. Let's do it. There's not actually much room in here. Okay. All right. Now I'm done making videos for tonight. All right. Put that around there. Okay, so that's empty. That needs its lid back on. Where's this mischief? Put the little filter on. I haven't used this jar in a little while. Come on. That's it. All right. I'm going to leave that for a week. Now I'm going to sit down. All right. Okay. Yes, in the car, I usually play stuff through Bluetooth as well. Oh, yeah. Card readers. Yeah. Like I said, I normally do Bluetooth. Yeah. I don't use Apple Music. I use YouTube Music. So I don't know about converting. I think I just have to manually create the playlist, which I actually intended to do. But then you did this, which is awesome. Some cars have SD readers. Ooh, Abigail doing some infoodening. That's fair. Well, I actually made a quite nice dinner tonight. It was this potato thing I got from the supermarket because it was on special. It's like sliced up potatoes with herbs and garlic and whatnot. And I like baked that in an air fryer. And then I cooked up in the frying pan some mushroom, garlic, and onion, and then mixed that in. And then a little bit of a cheese sauce mixed in with that. And then cheese and bacon on the top. So this is not a healthy dinner. This is not a healthy dinner. This is an unhealthy dinner. But it was yummy. And I stand by my decision to make a yummy and not healthy dinner. And I have more for tomorrow. As I think I mentioned last night, this is all part of a plan. If I have A lot to drink tonight. Have something easy and carb laden for recovery food mid-morning or midday tomorrow. So I only ate half of this thing I made. So I have to heat it up again. That sort of thing is often better when it's reheated as well. So I'm all good with this. Oh, Justin, that's good planning. Cooking enough brownies that you can save some in the freezer. Okay, when you want them in the future, do you thaw them out, like leave them to sit till they thaw out, or do you microwave or even rebake them? Because warmed up brownies, yum. Oh, okay, that East India #2 was really good. Hot damn. Might even try that with whiskey. I might even just do that, like not for a video, just do it. Put it in the air fryer. I reckon that would work really well. Warm them up in the air fryer. Oh, warmed up brownies. Fucking yum. Yeah. You were today's years old when you realized autistic people don't form habits. They make routines. Okay. Hard to explain. Or to make habits don't happen. If you skip a routine, things don't get done. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. No, and it is actually an interesting bit of semantics, the difference between a routine and a habit. A habit is something you don't think about. You've done it so often, you continue to do it without thinking it. But a routine is something that's planned and you have to follow the routine. But a routine is often better than trying to do something ad hoc. Oh, yes. Yeah, wouldn't it though, Strictly Sega? Warming up the brownies in the air fryer, bit of crunch on the top would be very nice. Mrs. Angry sometimes makes these brownies, I think they're like vegetarian. I think they're based around beetroot. And they're actually super yummy. Like they sound like when you get them explained to you, they sound like some stupid hippie shit. They're vegan brownies, uh, but they're really good. Well, broadly, I agree with you, Justin. I think maybe some people do out of habit, but yeah, that's a classic. I think that's a good one to call out. Work's a routine. It's not a habit. You have to follow the routine of going in there. Um, I wish just terrible gratuitous things would stop popping into my head because I just had several really gratuitous ideas to talk about habits, but uh, I'm going to blame. I think the room's possessed by the spirit of AIDSy. Oh, I've not seen El Topo, but I've heard of it. And yes, it's kind of a Western and very weird. Yes, El Topo is fairly well known. Like I might even get like a Wikipedia summary of it. Oh, okay. A 1970s Mexican acid Western. Oh, yeah, it's Alejandro Jodorowsky. Yeah, okay. El Topo translates to the mole, characterized by bizarre characters and occurrences, use of maimed and dwarf performers, heavy doses of Judeo-Christian symbolism and Eastern philosophy. The film is about El Topo, the mole, a violent black-clad gunfighter, actually played by Jodorowsky. I did not know that. Okay. His quest for enlightenment. It's called the plot, the first sentence. El Topo is traveling through a desert on horseback with his naked young son. Okay. Jodorowsky, what the fuck? How much were you on all the drugs when you did that? Jodorowsky does make pretty fucking weird films. Like, he was slated to make a version of Dune at one point, and there's all this concept art for his version of Dune, which looks like he was working with H.R. Giger, I think, and it looked trippy as fuck. Can we somehow Aidsy within a Ouija board? Aidsy's just here. I believe Aidsy. He was on my YouTube channel so much that he's just always here, always with us. All right, okay, it's an hour and a half, and I've only had 2 cocktails. I feel like I'm being really responsible, and I'm now going to test that theory by making another cocktail, and then maybe drink some non-alcoholic stuff. But I want to do that East India number 2 with a whiskey. The only question is which whiskey. Okay, I think my little bar bin is full. I'm going to have to count it. Okay. Not this whiskey. Okay, which whiskey I'll use. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. I was going to bring this one out. It gets to hold the space. The other 23rd Street one was Irish whiskey, 78 degrees. My favorite, Nova. I'm going to make it with Nova. Make it with Nova. Okay. I actually have to remember what was in this. Where did I put my thin? Yeah, I think I'll definitely drink something non-alcoholic. But for now, East India number 2. Orange liqueur, pineapple, that's it. I've got the orange liqueur. But, okay, so whiskey. There we go. All right. Whiskey. Orange liqueur. Sorry. Homemade blood orange liqueur. Homemade pineapple syrup. God damn, that pineapple syrup's good. I don't make some. That's just, I made that with cheap shit from the supermarket. A couple of dashes of aromatic bitter. All right. I'm going to sit down and talk to you fine people. See what's happening while I'm out there. The other film he did, Holy Mountains, paid for by George Harrison. Yeah, well, George Harrison was probably high the entire time. You have a bone to pick with me. You're incensed, angry, and outraged. Actions that wronged you. Oh, gosh. Are you obsessed with the cake sort game too? Because that game has control over me. That game absolutely has some control over me. Justin, how many times thought about contacting AZ before? Never, actually. I get what you're saying, but I haven't really had that occurrence. So, Heine, if you stopped 6 months ago, that means it took you 6 months, which I completely understand. It's more a case of just occasionally I'll remember that he's dead and he didn't used to be dead. But I've never gone so far as to thinking I'll contact him and whatnot. Oh man, that smells good. Nova smells so good. Oh my God, yeah. Oh, that's less sweet than the brandy one. Oh, that's probably better. Fucking yum. Yeah. Okay, that is a winner. That orange liqueur and pineapple syrup in an old fashioned. Fuck yeah. Yes, and he's like a weird habit. Yeah, no, it is very easy to have that thought pattern. Yeah, the cake sort game. It's weird because I saw it advertised lots because, like, when you play free mobile games, um, things get advertised, and that one got advertised to me a lot, and I thought that looks kind of interesting. Holy shit, I play that so many times a day. Oh, okay, strictly Sega. The pineapple syrup was an experiment, and it's a super good experiment. What it was, it's like the Golden Circle fruit drinks that they have in the supermarket. You get like 1 liter of cartons, and there's one I really like that's pineapple and coconut. It's really yummy, and I haven't had it for a while. But I was in the supermarket. It was on half price special, so it was like $1.25 or something for a liter of it. And I just kind of thought that would make a good syrup. You just reduce it down because it's not fruit juice. It's got added sugar reduced down. So it's what I did. I got the carton, put it in a saucepan, simmered it for quite a while, reduced it by like 75, 80%, and tasted it. And it actually tasted pretty good like that, but it was a bit tart. So I added some sugar to it. Turns out it was already pretty thick, and it was a whole thing. I added some sugar, and then I left it on the stove overnight, and then I went to pour it the next morning, and it was basically solid. There was so much sugar in it. So then I added some more water, so it would actually liquefy. Um, so it's Golden Circle pineapple and coconut fruit drink, reduced down, and then some sugar and water added. And it's actually really fucking yummy. It's still tangy. It's still got that pineapple tang. Um, really good in a fucking cocktail though. Justin, advertised mobile games. Oh yeah. It's absolutely surreal the degree to which the advertisements for games are totally fake. Like the games absolutely do not work like the ad. To the extent there are now ads for games like, oh, do you hate those ads for games? They're completely fake. We do too. Ours isn't fake. This is what ours is. Yeah. Well, see, um, thank you for saying it's clever, but it was also cheap. I thought this is going to work, but the whole thing, if it didn't work, it was $1.25. So it was a really cheap experiment. Whereas, actual pineapples, expensive. Yeah, basically, anything that's sweet, anything that's got sugar in it, you can reduce it and it'll get closer to a syrup. The funny one was the apple cider, the sparkling apple cider I had for New Year's Eve that I did the shoey. I'm sure everyone remembers I did a shoey on New Year's Eve. But I didn't drink that much of the bottle of cider. And I thought, I can make a syrup with this. Interestingly, it turns out there was almost no sugar in that because I reduced it by like 90% and it was still really liquidy, like not syrupy. And I tasted it and the tart apple taste had just intensified. And I was like, well, this is not usable. So I added water and sugar. And so now I have this sour apple syrup, which lends itself really well to a whole bunch of cocktails. It's like, the sugar and water made it palatable, but that really intense apple flavor is still in it. So, yeah. Justin, this is probably because you got Grinder on your phone. I don't know. There, I think all the not safe for work games have options to be queer. I see that's when I go, this is really weird how this works. I did see a thread on Reddit once where someone goes, well, what's the actual deal with those games? What the fuck are they? And someone said, oh, basically they try and get you hooked and then you have to pay like an enormous amount of money to advance the storyline. And it's like, fuck that. Porn is on the internet. Don't need a ridiculously overpriced mobile game. Oh man, that is really good. I like that. Okay, that pineapple syrup is really good. By the way, I got another one. They had a sale again a couple of weeks after. It's a passion fruit drink, Golden Circle passion fruit. It's like passion punch or something they call it. I went, that's probably going to be good. So when I use up the pineapple syrup, I'm going to do the same thing with this passion fruit thing because it lasts forever because it's full of preservatives. When you buy the carton, they last for 2 or 3 years. Like the best before date's 2 or 3 years into the future. So sometime in the next month or so, I'll have used up the pineapple syrup, and I'm going to do the same thing with this passion fruit drink. Reduce it down, if necessary, add some sugar, and I think that will make an interesting syrup for the cocktails. Make an interesting version of a porn star martini with it. Oh, that is good. That pineapple syrup is really good. Well, and that's even better. Yeah, Justin, friend with benefits. Don't pay for a game or even get free porn. Just get some real action with your friend with benefits. Absolutely. Oh, Bickford's cordials are great. They have such incredible flavors. And probably, and I've not tried this extensively, but I have with some, the various Bickford cordials, you could probably sub into any cocktail recipe as a 1-for-1 for sugar syrup and get a really interestingly flavored cocktail. So basically any recipe that says use this much sugar syrup, use that much of a Bickford's cordial and you'll get a really interestingly flavored cocktail. That's my tip, because I have done it with various cordials, and Bickfords make friggin' amazing flavors in their cordials. That's what there's a bottle shop in Carnegie, which is a little way away from me, but pretty easy to get to, and they just have just an amazing bunch of stuff. Really hard to get spirits, and I'm sure their wine and beer selection's good too, but I don't drink wine. They have heaps of wine and beer, and but their spirit selection's really good, and even their pre-mix stuff is pretty wild. But they also have a huge number of non-alcoholic mixes, and they have Bickford's cordials, and they have a whole bunch of other ones. They're such a good resource. But yeah, like literally anything, like just any cocktail recipe that says use this much sugar syrup, use a Bickford's cordial in place and see what it tastes like. Because broadly, it's going to be pretty good because they make really good cordials. The cordials are basically sugar syrup. You need to dilute them to drink them. Oh man, that's good. Okay, that might be. I mean, that's very sweet. That drink I've been making. That might be my go-to at the moment if I want a really sweet drink. Oh yeah, orange liqueur and that pineapple syrup, along with a spirit. In fact, if I make it again, I might tone down the pineapple syrup because it's very sweet. So Surf walked past Liquorland with you. Is there anything we need? Felt like a snob. They don't have the good booze. You know what? It is occasionally. It's not occasionally. I regularly check Liquorland and BWS because sometimes they have unadvertised specials. It's literally the people running the store are told, we're not going to stock X anymore, get rid of it, and they'll mark it down by a third or even half. So yeah, I tend to go to Dan's or some of the online sources for the vast majority of my stuff, but I always check if I go past a Liquorland or a BWS because they might have put something on special, and it's just like, well, I wasn't going to get it, but at that price, I have to. Uh, they do it once or twice a year, and they don't advertise it, and it happens at different times in different stores. And the last time it happened in the one I went to in the city, there's a BWS in QV, which is not far from where I work in the city. And they actually explained it to me. They straight up said, like, oh, yeah, we're not going to stock this anymore. And new things are coming in. And head office says you need to clear that off the shelves. So you mark it right down. And so it's like good sort of functional. And it could be whiskey, rum, brandy, or gin. And they'll mark it down by a third to a half. And it's just like, well, I wasn't going to get it, but at that price, I'm going to get it. And also, I haven't got the Dan's specials for a while, but a couple of times I've gone into Dan's and they have stuff, and it's usually like in a shopping trolley, and it's like really fucking good stuff. And it's the same deal. It's marked down a third to a half off, and it's because they're not going to stock it anymore and they have to clear the shelf space. It's like, God damn. Yeah, QV opposite Melbourne Central. Yeah. And that had a major redevelopment. God, I don't know, about the time I moved to Melbourne? The major redevelopment was like, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago? But yeah, Dan's does it too. And that's the tricky thing. These specials I'm talking about, they don't advertise them. And so you just have to look in occasionally. So if you're ever in a Dan's and you see a shopping trolley that's got stuff in it, check it out because there might be something really good. And it's different from store to store. Like I've literally got stuff in one Dan's that's somewhere between a third to a half off. And I look in another Dan's and it's full price in that one. It's literally just that store decides they're not stocking this anymore. So they want to clear the shelf space. It's wild. Heine, QV used to be a stomping ground. Oh yeah, there used to be a skate thing there in QV. For a few years, there was a skate bowl in the QV, and then it was taken over for commercial purposes. But yeah. So yeah, I mean, for a lot of high-end stuff, I actually go online, but there's like I said, an exceptionally good bottle shop in Carnegie, and it does my head in that it's just there in this suburb, and they have such amazing stuff. The Bitters Lab is probably my favorite shop in Melbourne. Just hundreds of different sorts of bitters and other cocktail accoutrements, just stuff you don't get anywhere else. But yeah, and probably at least half the stuff I buy online directly from distillers. I do also buy a lot of stuff through Nick's Wine Merchants because they regularly have really good specials. Are you criticizing my pronunciation of Carnegie? That's how locals say it, Carnegie. Depends where you went to school at Carnegie, because the famous theatre in America, Carnegie Hall. No, see, you're talking about Carnegie Hall. Locals call it Carnegie. Sorry, I'm local. I get to say that. Oh yes, and not so much anymore because there was that weird thing that was like a submerged column that the skaters used to grind off. I don't hang out there that much, but I don't see skaters there anymore. And yes, the train announcements say Carnegie as well. That's true. So, but yes, like the famous theater in America, Carnegie Hall, you don't say Carnegie Hall, you say Carnegie. But this is the Melbourne suburb of Carnegie. I could be making shit up. You can't prove otherwise. Well, I mean, honestly, you could very easily prove that I'm just making shit up. Let's be real. All right, so I'm gonna drink non-alcohol for a while. Not least because I filled this up with ice. This is my non-alcoholic glass, and the ice is half melted, so there's some nice icy cold water in here. And I actually really like drinking water after drinking really flavorful cocktails because it tends to wash all this flavor off my tongue. So it's like I'm drinking flavored water. It's really good. I also experienced that visiting the bitters lab. The the person at the counter said, like, "Oh yeah, like I'll give you this when you put a drop in and you put it on your tongue." And I'm like, "I'm just smelling it." He goes, "No, you have to put it on your tongue." And it's like but bitters is such a strong flavor. It burnt out my taste receptors. Really, I tried, I don't know, a dozen different bitters, ended up burning out my taste receptors on my tongue. But what was fun is for the rest of the day, when I drank anything, it was infused with bitters because it's like bitters are just impregnated on my tongue. You reckon the trains say Carnegie? No, the locals say Carnegie. And also, that is pretty sound science. If you don't like something is wrong. We say at Aldi, you found an ice mold makes rose-shaped ice. Nice. It's always fun playing with ice molds. I mean, that's what I found. So I make my clear ice by putting it in the double wall insulated reusable coffee cups, and you get clear ice. But also, if you have an ice mold that will fit inside the coffee cup, you put a bit of a hole in the ice mold and fill it up, you'll get a perfectly clear version of that. That's how I get clear ice balls. I've got an ice ball mold that fits in one of the coffee cups, and I have some pirate skull molds and some tiki molds that work the same way. I can sit them in the coffee cup and I'll get a perfectly clear version of that mold. So Strika say, did you put it on the Discord? I thought I had the Discord open. It looks like I don't. Let's get the Discord happening. Okay. Okay, I feel like you've found some weird things, Strictly Sega, and I need to share them. Okay, so weird supermarket finds. Let's look at this. Some weird supermarket finds. What's this, Safa? In the news today, tickets tonight show. Oh yeah, there's some fucked up shit with scammers in the thing. You reckon the trains say Carnegie? Yeah, well, they're trains. What the fuck do they know? I'm getting argumentative now. Okay, so what is this? Don't work out what that is. That's bread rolls flavored like pizza shapes. Is that what's going on here? Are those bread rolls flavored like pizza shapes? Hot cross buns. Okay. Well, fuck me. I'm getting them. Was that Coles or Woolies? Because I'm fucking doing it. And there's also okay. There's one more. Where is it? Look at that. Iced Vovo hot cross buns. Okay, this is possibly a crime against humanity and God, but I'm going to do it. I'm almost definitely going to do it. Coles. Okay. I'm going to go look in Coles tomorrow. That's... You reckon Hannah would like the iced Vovos? I don't like desiccated coconut. I like coconut as a flavor. I don't like desiccated coconut as a texture. I'm going to have to check that out. So, Dr. Abigail, pizza shaped one looks nasty. Iced Vovo hot crust buns. Okay, see. Well, I'm going to try the pizza shaped ones because I like savory. And also just because they're stupid as fuck. They are both stupid as fuck. And honestly, I love things that are stupid as fuck. I am completely on board with them just doing something that, as I said, seems to be a crime against humanity and God. And I don't mean just because hot cross buns were associated with Easter. I'm kind of thinking like, what's that line Steve Buscemi said in Spy Kids? Do you think God has abandoned Earth because he's scared of what he created? Pretty funny to put in a kids show. Oh yes, Dr. Abigail, you were in Foodening. How did you in Fooden? Inquiring minds want to know. Okay, I'm going to keep going with non-alcohol. Actually, excellent call. By definition, Dr. Abigail, crimes against God are a victimless crime. But mind you, my definition of victimless crime can get really tenuous. Like if I'm playing Red Dead Redemption and I murder other criminal gangs, I'm like, victimless crimes, they were bad. And I say that because you don't lose honor in Red Dead. It's like, you know what? I just killed a bunch of people and I didn't lose honor. Therefore, I was right to kill them. Yeah, no, I can't resist. I see a weird flavor of lollies or chocolate or chips. Speaking of which, Thins put out onion rings. I have to get them. I have to get the onion rings because I haven't tried them. It looked like I was doing a fucking Hitler salute there. Nobody screenshot that, okay? Oh God, okay, you're paralyzed because you didn't have avocados. I get that as well. Anyway, I'm gonna get these Thins onion rings because I need to know what they taste like. Okay, I'm back. Ugh. Okay. So I got original onion flavor onion rings. They did have sour cream and chive flavor. So what my guess is these aren't onion rings. These are like reconstituted onion powder, maybe. What's it? Tapioca, sunflower and canola oil, potato starch, vegetable powders, potato and onion. Yeah, so it's just like some powdered shit they make chips out of, and they've put some onion powder in. and squeeze them into shapes. Oh, hey. Oh, it will be disappointing if I hate these because I've got to big bag them. Okay, my initial thing is they don't taste like anything. Let me try again. So, you had leftover avocados from sushi night, made tomato, onion, avocado, lemon juice. Wow, that sounds good. It was heaven. Well, okay, here's the thing. I feel like there's a machine. Have you ever seen those donut machines that squirt out donuts into oil? I feel like this is something similar, and they're all weird shapes. So I feel like this is popped out of a thing as liquid, kind of like donuts, into some oil. I mean, they're not bad. They barely taste of anything, though. Okay, well, now I know. They barely taste of anything. A little bit of onion. Actually, someone didn't like onion, the moment thing. Oh, no, I understand, Dr. Abigail, you don't know what to do about food. May have to buy pizza or something. Nothing worse than having a plan and then you can't fulfill the plan and then you're like stuck. I'm like, what? Okay, absolutely shouldn't. But I'm going to have one more handful of the onion rings. And now I probably won't have any more. Ooh, roast beef. I also keep forgetting that you're like 3 hours earlier than us at the moment. So I'm like cooking at 10 o'clock at night, but it's only 7 o'clock for you. Anyway, my cooking tonight was fairly good. And I kind of feel like it's going to be even better tomorrow when I heat up the leftovers. Ooh, she does broccoli and cheese sauce. Nice. That is a fucking taste treat, though. Broccoli and cheese sauce. Cheers to Soph with the stellar cooking. Oh, goodness gracious me. Okay, not eating any more onion rings. Having said that, I'll probably eat onion rings again in half an hour. But I'll try and stay strong. We'll see what happens. Drink a bit more Sprite. Ugh. It's like, okay, so there's no sugar. Is this one of the ones they snuck caffeine into? Or was that just Mountain Dew? I don't know. Oh, you came in late. Okay, I made a thing. So there was this potato thing I got from the supermarket. It was like the sliced up potato with garlic and chives or something like that. And I was like, okay, that's going to be the base. So I cooked up some onion, garlic, and mushroom, and then baked the potato in my fucking air fryer, and then added the onion, mushroom, garlic mix, then added some cheese sauce, mixed it all, and then put cheese and bacon on top of that and baked it again. And it was really fucking yum. Oh, actually, I do like the French fries. Salt and vinegar tends to like burn my mouth. I don't hate salt and vinegar, but I do like those French fries. Okay. All right. I'm going to eat some more onion rings. Oh my God. Okay, I'm definitely going to stop after. Going to stop after this. Damn. It's a whole thing. Now they did have a sour cream and chives version of this. I might try. I like the idea that there's a sour crime flavor, though. What flavor is that thing you're having? Sour crime? Oh, that sounds troubling. All right, so you agree Smith salt and vinegar chips burn your mouth a bit? They do, but they're yummy. Mm. Okay. Try and maintain some level of dignity, which is honestly not something I have a lot of. Okay, so you reckon the salt and vinegar French fries don't burn that much? I mean, if I get the French fries, I tend to get the plain ones. I do like them, but I love getting weird flavors. You're an ejector to vinegar. I actually like spraying vinegar on hot chips, like some fish and chip shops will have vinegar there. I actually quite like actual vinegar on hot chips. It's yummy. Yeah, sour cream and chives is probably better, but I wanted to look. I wanted to try onion flavor onion rings. Look at that. Ooh, what's that? Vinegar's not preferent. I remember a friend of mine at college who would always try and steal my chips when I got chips from the canteen. And I found out he didn't like vinegar on chips, and I did. So I'd like get the chips and I go, spray some vinegar on them. And he's like, oh, why are you always so quick to spray the vinegar on it? And I went, I don't know. Well, why do you think that is? Because you won't take my fucking chips if I spray vinegar on them. But okay, well, here's a fun thing talking about vinegar with cocktails, because normally when you get the sour in cocktails, you get it from citrus. But there's a cocktail ingredient called a shrub, which is a mix of vinegar and fruit, usually. And I've never really gotten into shrubs, but I keep feeling like I should try it because they have a very long history. And I do have some friends who swear by them and they make their own shrubs. So it's a thing I've been intending to do for a while. I have to see if I like it when I make it. But yes, that doubtless sounds very weird, drinking vinegar, but that's a thing that has a centuries long history, not just with cocktails. It was like non-alcoholic cordials, but vinegar-based cordials. So you get this kind of sour tart cordial, but instead of it being like citrus-based, it's vinegar that's providing the sourness. Don't blame me if you think it sounds weird, but oh yes, of course. It took me a second to get that. Strictly Sega, the night you say Nee's favorite cocktail, one with a shrubbery in it. Oh God, now I want to make it a shrubbery. Oh God, what would be in it? Because you have to chop down a tree with a herring. So I think it has to have my umami bitters, which actually have some seafood in them, like a shrub with umami bitters. What else would be in a Knights Who Say Ni cocktail? What other things do they say? They mention a shrubbery. They mention having to chop down a tree with a herring. It was the word they can't say it. Is it how Arthur accidentally escapes them because he said it and you can't say the word and then they say it? Because that just reminded me of something. It was it. Okay, because there's a cocktail called Gin and It. This is where my fucking brain goes. I am going to come up with a Nights Who Say Ni cocktail. Gin and It. Okay, so Gin and It is just gin and Italian vermouth. And, okay, orange bitters. So I think if we turn this into a sour, gin, sweet vermouth, a shrub, and a dash of umami bitters. And that's covering the shrubbery, and the herring. It might be bad. Okay, I'm just thinking out loud. That might be bad. Justin, that sounds dodgy as fuck. Is that a euphemism for anonymous sex? I dropped off my dry cleaning at a hole in the wall. Does that mean you stuck your dick in a glory hole? Because that sounds like a weird sex euphemism. Dropped off my dry cleaning at a hole in the wall. Admittedly, that might just be the way my brain works, and no one else should bear responsibility for the way my brain works. But I feel like I've nailed a Nights Who Say Ni cocktail, the Gin and It cocktail, because they can't say it. Add a shrub for shrubbery, and instead of orange bitters, my umami bitters that has the seafood elements that counts for the herring reference. I'm not sure. Literally watch the dry cleaning at a hole in the wall. Nothing to do with sex. So you say. Yes! Didn't you watch the Don't Stick Your Dick in the Holes video, which was on the Discord? I did watch it today, by the way. Thank you, Strictly Sega, for posting those. Also, the thing that I found really funny from the Mr. Show things where they're singing songs and Jack Black is in it. He is a better singer by orders of magnitude than Bob Odenkirk or David Cross. It's like they're just like shitty amateur theater singers, and Jack Black's singing is just fucking incredible. So Strictly saying you're going a Monty Python cocktail with bit of spam. Oh God, spam. Oh, well, you could do spam fat washed whiskey. I just finished off my whiskey with fat washed with bacon fat. Put it in a clarified cocktail. It's like an ATM. Honestly, still sounds very dodgy, Justin. That's all I'm going to say. It's not all I'm going to say. I'm going to keep saying weird shit. Because no one can stop me. Oh, nice. You did actually order a pizza. That seems like a good way to go. God, why did that pop into my head? That's the old Led Zeppelin song, Whole Lotta Love. That's Led Zeppelin, isn't it? Just randomly that popped into my head, and I don't know why. Just, my brain randomly fires, and it's a whole thing. All right, I'm going to throw this thing out here. Okay, I believe I mentioned on previous streams I'd watched a bunch of interviews on YouTube with this guy called Robert Sapolsky, who posits the thing that there's no such thing as free will. So you shouldn't applaud someone for anything good they achieve. You shouldn't condemn someone for anything bad they do, because they could not have done anything else. And I do not buy his theory, but I did watch an interview between him and Adam Conover, famous for Adam Ruins Everything. And Adam Conover was trying to sort of fit in his worldview with Robert Sapolsky's and never quite got there. But a new video he's posted is with a guy who's saying free will absolutely does exist. But here's the weird thing. I disagree with Robert Sapolsky, but this guy who's saying Sapolsky's wrong, his arguments suck compared to Sapolsky's. His arguments were really weak. It was a more than 1 hour video, and I couldn't watch more than 20 minutes of it. I was just going like, these arguments fucking suck. It's like, how do you know we have free will? Oh, because I kind of feel like we do. And it's like, what? It was the weirdest thing to watch this and go, okay, I disagree with Sapolsky, but his arguments are way better than this guy's arguments. Very weird. Okay, so Whole Lot of Love trivia. When the music stops, Plant does his solo. Hear his voice right before he sings. They used a very shit cheap tape. Audio bled into the layer below. That's funny. Because yes, a lot of stuff that ended up being preset effects on, particularly for guitars, but also for vocals, but like all those pedals guitarists have, most of those effects were started by people fucking with tape deliberately or by accident in recording studios. And they were like, wow, what made that sound? And they worked out how they had accidentally made that sound. And then they created a thing so the guitarist could do it on demand. The history of recording is very strange. All right, where are we? 10, 11. I'm half Tim Smithed. But I'm also kind of bored with not drinking alcohol. Do I have something that's not alcoholic that will be less boring for me? Big question, because I have not had a freezer martini for a while, I don't think. And so I have not tasted the current blend of the freezer martini. Let me see. Where am I logged in on Google Drive? Fuck off, Google. Okay, the Infinity Martini. What was the last things I added to it? God, that was 2 weeks ago. I updated it 2 weeks ago and haven't tasted it since. I need to go and pour myself a freezer martini. Maybe do a small one. So should we say at Night at the Opera, there's a song called Prophet's Song. Okay. Ah, yeah. Oh God, food problems, Dr. Abigail. I feel for you. Anyway, give me like, I don't know, 30 seconds. I'm gonna go and get my freezer martini. I think I'll only do a small one. I'll put it in a martini glass. I'll put it in my coupette, which is very demure and small. I think Mrs. Angry is going to bed. I'm just gonna. It might be slightly longer. We'll see. Yeah. I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it. Okay. Got my freezer martini. Also, I got my latest clarified cocktail. Very clear, brilliant urine sample looking thing. I might try that a bit later, but I need to get my pipette. Very cute little glass I have. Makes me feel very elegant. Just having this tiny little glass. Shrieky Sake is saying to do echoing, they'd feed tape reels, run them around the room using lashes. But it's kind of like the I think the first time they discovered reverb is because it's like the record head was after the play head just marginally, and if you fed the channel back into itself that was recording, it would be like it would play a sound. No, wait a sec. It would record, and you know what? I've had too much to drink, and I'm not an audio engineer. Oh yeah, that's good. I just love it's been in the freezer, so it's a little bit viscous because it's trying to freeze, but it can't because of the alcohol content. Oh, that's good. Oh, that is good. Mm. Oh, yeah, that is a good dry martini right there. Mm. Oh, I think I should put some saline in it next time. Take a little bit of edge off the bitterness, but it's really good. It's just this bracingly cold dry martini. It's also really strong because I tend to split it between Navy strength and regular gin. Oh man, that is good. Gotta be careful with that though, because that is a strong motherfucking drink right there. So many gins. And what I last time I beefed it up with Brogan's Way Everyday Salvation Gin and Fosse's Naval Strength Gin. I was thinking, what was that noise? Someone turned a tap on. Dr. Abigail can vouch for that. The pipes in this house are weird, and they often make this sort of screaming noise. It sounds like a Nazgul when someone turns a tap on. And I think plumbers can explain that. That's some dodgily installed pipes, I think. Used to be a show on SBS back in the 90s, classic albums, go into detail. Oh yeah, there's lots of shows that will do a deep dive on the making of a particular album. Thinking of old SBS music shows, what was there? There was The Noise. I quite liked The Noise when that was on. And what was the late night one where that? Oh, was that on the ABC? Where they would do live sets. I'm trying to remember. So that even showed leftover tracks. They were recorded on multi-track, faded out for mastering. Yeah, I mean, wild shit happens in recording studios that a lot of the time we never find out about. Mrs. screams like a Nazgul when you hit that special spot. Well, you know, it's a missed opportunity when you don't get a sex reference in somewhere, you know. Okay, that is good. Actually, where's my sail line? I can hear somewhere. Ugh. Okay, how difficult is this going to be to find my saline solution? Is it up here? Is it up here? No. Honestly, oh, it's here. Okay. Because I literally just thought putting a bit of saline in this freezer martini and then trying it again. ASMR, nice little pop. Try that, a few drops of saline. This big old. See if that makes a difference. I'll do a bit of ASMR. Little taste, see if that makes a difference. Or if it needs more saline. Oh, no, that was good. That's just about right. It's weird. I put some saline in it. Now it tastes sweeter. Because it's bringing out that was, oh my God, that was perfect. Yeah, okay, I've got to stop drinking that because it's too strong. Oh yeah, I'm kind of jelly of your dinner, strictly Sega, quite honestly. But good luck to you. Maybe drink a bit more Sprite. Or do I just want some sort of, do I want a toilet break is the big thing. Maybe that's what I want to do. Should I put on, I'm trying to think, okay, if I'm going to take a toilet break, which won't take long, but a couple of minutes, should I put on elevator music or the AIDSy video or something else? I don't know. Or just don't overthink it and just dash out quickly. You can still hear the screaming Swifties. Well, okay, how many concerts is she doing? You're saying it's going to be like this all weekend. Is she doing more than one concert? See, but I did not look into it. Not my scene, as the saying goes. Being an old, straight white man. So there's a plane of some sort flying overhead. which is a bit weird. Yeah. I have no idea if the microphone's picking it up or not. Oh my God, 3 concerts. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Good Lord. Wow. Noisy weekend for you, Dr. Overgo. Screaming Swifties. I think, do I have a good banner for saying I'm having a toilet break? What banners have I written? God, I've got a couple of banners about technical issues. Put some elevator music on. Okay, so Sunday was added due to demand. Okay. Yeah, I bet you'd happily be there all 3 nights. All right, I'm just going to put some elevator music on. I like the lo-fi one. What's happening? Play some lo-fi music. We're back. All right, turn that down. Avenging Terrier, hello. Not playing any Red Dead tonight. Yeah, no, I got abducted by aliens. You're abducted by aliens. Human 17 back on me. Beam you up, set you down next to so okay. I know I was actually getting something non-alcoholic. Also non-sweetened. How are you doing, Avenging Terrier? I'd been having sugar-free Sprite, but it has an artificial sweetener in, even though it's not sugar, it's like sickly sweet. I quite like this soda water that has no sweetener, artificial or otherwise, and just a very light fruit and herb flavor in it. It's a good palate cleanser. So put that in there. Have a little bit of that. You were watching me with a minute delay. What was causing that? Oh God, cherry Coke with Jack Daniels. Wowzers. I don't hate cola with spirits. The things I've tried recently as mixers, I think I like dry ginger ale as a mixer with spirits, whether that be whiskey or rum or whatevs. Oh, I like that. You're watching on the phone as the sun goes down. Nice. Yes, there are various zero sugar beverages. I have no idea if the chemicals in them are killing me or what. We love the Long Island iced teas, aka give me one of everything. I think I made a version of that with all my overproof spirits once, which is a really dangerous idea. Like Navy strength gin, Navy strength rum, overproof whiskey, and I might have put some absinthe in there. It's just like very bad idea. Bad decision juice is what we're saying. I do have one written down to try. It's on my list. Where's the... let me find it, because the list has got about 40 things on it. Long Island iced town hall tea. From a bar called the Town Hall. So it's like, do it old fashioned style. So you don't actually have a soda with it. So it's like 15 mils white rum, 15 mils dry gin, 15 mils brandy, 15 mils rye whiskey, 15 mils Amaro, 50 mils orange liqueur, 15 mils limoncello, and some bitters. Damn, I'm gonna try that at some point as an old fashioned. Not tonight though. And yeah, chemicals are probably killing us. You're right. Fucking breathing in kills us. If you live in a city, the air's fucking killing you. Oh, so Safi, you had Dr. Pepper cream soda. Oh yeah, I it's kind of like booze with, or a cocktail with soda is a highball. I rarely have highballs. I didn't think. Yeah, but how good's that? Like a Long Island iced tea, but without any sort of mixer. Just doing it old fashioned style. So I'm definitely going to do that at some point. Not tonight, but at some point. Ivan Terry in Colorado, 0431. So it's 10:31 p.m. here. So you're in the early hours of Friday morning. I'm in the late hours of Friday night. Cheers to you. This is my non-alcoholic drink again. I think I've had enough of my freezer martini. I should ease off because that's really strong. Although I might. Where did I put? Oh, okay. This is my newest clarified cocktail. So this, look how clear it is. It's worked really well, the clarified cocktail. It's very bright yellow. It's like a very clean urine sample. What's in this? It's an Amaro, so there's a little bit of bitterness in there. There's a slow gin, passion fruit slow gin, so there's a bit of sweetness there, and some overproof rum. I haven't had a proper taste of this. Just made it today. I want a proper taste of it. See what it's like. I miss. So, Virgin Terry, you're in a place with nothing for miles, open valley, clear night sky, stars real bright. That sounds awesome, by the way. I have visited Colorado. Nice area. So, I'm imagining where you are is very nice. Oh, no, I do that. Going whiskey tasting, make an old fashioned syrup, which is sugar syrup and bitters. So it's like, okay, I'll taste the whiskey, but I'm going to have this in old fashioned. So I'll do a splash of my old fashioned syrup and mix it up and try that because that's how I'm going to drink it. Do I like it? So, Justin, something fucked you learned today. Corporations buying houses in the US, rent them back. Oh, yeah. Everything in the US seems fucked, honestly. So, Avenging Cherry, you've got something relative to from Britain. A star-shaped bottle, 8 inches high. Genovation, passion fruit, and orange. Wow, that actually sounds really good. So you're in the San Luis Valley. Neat. When I went to Colorado, because my ex had family there, we drove, or I was a passenger, but we drove from Vegas, where she also had family. So Vegas, I think that's Nevada. We also crossed Utah. What are the other states there? Arizona. And then to Colorado. Colorado is very beautiful. Yeah, our problem is negative gearing. They have corporate lamps. I think that's a problem in the UK as well. So our standard can size is 375 mils and the US standard size is 330. There you go. So Virgin Terry, it's really sweet. Valley, these are all the UFOs in the 70s and 80s. Nice. Colorado's cool. Colorado is beautiful country. Wasn't it the first place that legalized weed? I'm not sure. But it's beautiful country. We did actually do a little bit of sightseeing. So we were in the suburbs of Denver because that's where my ex's family lived. But we also did do some sightseeing, like in the mountains and whatnot. Genovation. Yes, I have actually heard of them. Dude, I've got so many gins. That second shelf is all gins. Top shelf is all whiskeys. That shelf is all gins. And then there's a third shelf, which is a mix of rums and brandies. No, there's a fourth shelf. But I'm forgetting. Third shelf is rums and a few agave spirits, as in tequila or whatnot. And then the bottom shelf is a mix of things, brandies and other things. It's a lot there, is what I'm saying. You reckon Denver had weed shops first? It is. Colorado has the Serenity. So Avenging Terry, you reckon it's a lot like Australia? Nearest main town with a... Wow, dude, you are living the life of nature. 40 miles to a town with a store. Justin, your dad's in Santa Barbara. It's Californian Brighton. It's, very expensive bit, is from what I know, yeah. Avenging Terry, your nearest neighbor's 11 miles away. Serenity's amazing. Howlers here. Coyotes happen to... Also, you probably didn't get the reference, Avenging Terrier. There is a very funny Australian movie called The Castle about someone who's like living in the suburbs is trying to stop their house being taken over by the government for development. And they go to a sort of isolated area they call Bonnie Doon, and they just sit back in a chair and take in nature and go, how's the serenity? So I will throw that out to you as a recommendation. A slightly obscure Australian movie called The Castle. Very funny. Yeah, you might be able to get Eric Banner's in it. So you'll probably recognize him because he's done quite a few American movies. It is really funny, weird Australian humor. It's not like, thigh-slapping hilarity humor. It's very weird humor. And you get these very quirky Australians in it. I think you might like it because it's a little bit different. Oh yes, the Serenity in Bonnie Doon where the bug zapper goes really nuts. No, it's not obscure in Australia. I was talking from a US perspective. It's obscure. It's quite well known in Australia. Most people in Australia live in big cities. Yes, the vast majority of the population lives along the coastline. So, Terry, you like Australian humour? Oh my God, do you remember the Paul Hogan show? Seriously, if you remember the Paul Hogan show, you'd probably find the castle really funny. Suffy played Aussie rules in Bonnie Doon in winter. Bloody freezing. Everywhere. It's in Victoria, isn't it? Everywhere in Victoria is bloody freezing in winter. Oh, man. Okay, this clarified cocktail kicks ass. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, yeah, the fella with the propeller on his head, that was Hoag's mate, Strop, I think we're talking about. John Cornell, who's actually an incredibly smart guy. And it's quite funny that his character he played in the Paul Hogan show was quite stupid. But Strop, John Cornell, was the producer of the show. So he was like the brains of the show. He died a while back. But it was very funny that the character he played was really stupid, but he was actually very smart. Justin, everywhere that's not tropical in Australia gets cold in winter. Canberra gets fucking sub-zero. Oh, God. I went to Canberra in winter with AIDSy. It was fucking brutal. That's fun. You painted the Bonnie Doon Football Club back in 94. So Avenging Terry, you've been on Amazon. You found it. Holy shit. Okay, I get slightly tripped when I recommend something and someone goes, okay, I bought it. And it's like, oh shit. I hope you like it. But yes, it will be very fun because you'll probably recognize Eric Bana, but it's quite a young Eric Bana before he was making Hollywood films. When he was in Australia, he was mostly known for comedy. But it is a very funny, quirky film and filled with a bunch of very weird, very Australian characters, including the migrants, because that's a big part of it. Oh, okay, $4 worth a peek. All right, I won't feel that bad. If it was less than $4 and you don't really like it, I won't feel that bad. Oh, is Eric Bana on the weekly this week? Yeah, because he's got the new film out. Oh yeah, he's a silver fox. He's very sexy. Because he did the film The Dry a couple of years ago, which was based on a fairly successful novel, and there was another novel with the same character, and so they've made a movie of that too, which is really funny because The Dry was in a country town where it was very dry. And the sequel is in like a temperate rainforest, and people have been colloquially calling it The Dry too, except it's not dry, it's wet. So you haven't been to Bonnie Doon for a long time. That is a long time. 98 was a long time, yeah. Again, yeah, I do. I don't know. I think there's great stuff all over Victoria. I think Australia overall is quite great. Avenging Terrace, I trust you. You seldom purchase bad movies. Snakes on a train. Oh, okay. So is that someone trying to cash in on Snakes on a Plane, or did you mistype that? Because I still haven't watched Snakes on a Plane. Beyond awful. Oh. It was someone trying to cash in on Snakes on a Plane. Holy shit. Oh my God. That does sound bad. That sounds very bad. Okay. Also, speaking about Australia and weirdness, now Avenging Terrier, we've gone there. There is a documentary called Not Quite Hollywood. And it's about Ozploitation, which is really fucking cheesy, cheaply made films in Australia in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Absolutely worth watching. Dude, you're a little boozed up. I'm a little boozed up. Yeah, okay, you love Snakes on a Plane. I also love that you mix that up to Trains on a Plane. Which also, that should be a movie. Trains on a Plane should be a movie. But yes, if you want to get an insight into weirdness in Australian culture, I think you can probably watch Not Quite Hollywood for free on Amazon Prime, because that's where I watched it. You get an insight into very weird. Yeah, so you like blaxploitation. Yeah, thing with your heads. The people call these really cheaply made, cheesy Australian horror and sci films Ozploitation. There's a documentary called Not Quite Hollywood, which is pretty fucking interesting, quite honestly. You can, like I said, you can probably get it on Prime Video. And Strictly saying it is our resident film buff, the thing with two heads. Oh, good lord. So bad it was good. I was also thinking, talking about blaxploitation, avenging Terrier. I was watching, I think it was the original Shaft movie. It was one of the Shaft movies. I think it was the original. But it's kind of like you get to Shaft's office has this huge picture window in it overlooking the street. And the instant you go into Shaft's office and see this big window, I just went, Shaft's throwing a motherfucker through that window. And of course he did. That window was a Chekhov's gun. That was Shaft's window. I just literally, the instant we walked into Shaft's office and there was this huge window overlooking the street, I was just, Shaft's going to throw a motherfucker through that window. And he did. He really did. Oh, God, there's probably a bunch of Shaft parodies and knockoffs. Oh, fucking Dolomite. I've not seen the original Dolomite, but that movie Eddie Murphy did as a tribute to the guy, My Name is Dolomite, was really good. Oh my god. Okay, so Strictly Sega, nuts about Fred Williamson's films, trying to get them all. Yeah, they're amazing. I actually like, because like Sam Jackson did a Shaft film, and then he did a sequel for Netflix, I think, and he had the original Shaft in it, was like his dad, and then there was a character who was Sam Jackson's son. I thought that was pretty good, and I might be in a minority with thinking that, but I thought that one was pretty good. Truck Turner with Isaac Hayes. Okay, yeah. Okay, I would probably go for anything with Isaac Hayes in it as well. Avenging Terrier. One where the soldier comes home, moves back in the hood, mum and sister are threatened, so he gets his mob back. That sounds extremely familiar. Actually, that sounds like the video game Mafia 3, but it also sounds very familiar as a blaxploitation film as well. Oh my god, the parody one, I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. That was with the Wayans brothers. That was when the main Wayan was the oldest one, Keenan Ivory Wayans, and he got kind of eclipsed by his younger brothers, Damon and what was the other one? That's when Keenan was the one. I fucking loved I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. And Mafia 3 I really enjoyed. In fact, I probably should replay it sometime because I really enjoyed it. Sounds like. Do you know Strictly Sega? Do you know the film I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker? It was Keenan Ivory Wayans doing a parody tribute to blaxploitation films. it was really good. I really enjoyed it. I'm assuming that's a quote from I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker. Safa, I don't know who Alexei knows. Oh God, is that the dude who got poisoned by Putin? It's kind of like I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker. Was just an excellent parody of blaxploitation. Then there were the ones, because you got sort of gritty films like Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society, and then there were parody ones, hip hop parody mockumentaries, Fear of a Black Hat, and CB4. Chris Rock, very young Chris Rock was in CB4. No one particularly famous is in Fear of a Black Hat, but it's probably the better movie. CB4 is not bad, though, because Chris Rock is... I'm glad you finally got pizza, Dr. Abigail. You haven't seen the Key and Peele one. What, did they do a movie? Oh my God, that was like the scary movie version. Don't be a menace to South Sarah while drinking juice in the hood. Yeah, and that was okay. I did see that. Oh, Undercover Brother was fucking hilarious. That, and because they have white man's kryptonite. Sorry, black man's kryptonite in that, which is a sexy blonde white woman. Oh, yes. Okay, the movie Keanu, which Keanu is a dog in that. Yes, I did love Keanu. I like that movie. Oh, dude, take over. Take the hell over. I freaking love it that we these streams, man, we go off on whatever. That was the Wayans brothers, and they also did like the Scary Movies parodies, didn't they? And that was the younger, or maybe Keenan Ivory was involved. That was like the younger Wayans brothers. The white guy who lost the plot went manic. I mean, yeah, very funny things. Undercover Brother was very funny. It was. I do recommend people watch that because it gets very weird. Oh dear. This is what I love when you start recommending stuff. Oh, you got the Wayans mixed up with Key and Peele. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So I don't know if the oldest Wayans brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, I think he owns the production company they use, Ivory Way, but they all just do stuff. Oh God, Pootie Tang, because that was written by Louis C.K. It was really weird. There were a couple of white comedy writers who worked very closely with black comedians and performers. Bob Odenkirk was another one, actually. Worked with black comedians. It's super weird. Okay, I don't think I know those ones, Haunted House and Haunted House 2. But yeah, people get tripped out because Pootie Tang seems to be like a super black movie, and people get very weirded out when they find out Louis C.K. basically wrote the script for it. But comedy's kind of like that. People will just work together because it was like the people who worked on the Chappelle's show. Half the writing room was black and half the writing room was white. Oh, okay. So that's parody of found footage movies. Okay, found footage movies deserve to be made fun of, quite honestly. Although there's a few of them I have liked. Those are the Spanish zombie ones that are just called Rec, REC, as in record. They're really good. They're not parodies. They're actually really good zombie horror films. There's a whole series of them, and they've just got REC in the name. Yeah. BBC. I don't know where you're coming from there, because we've been talking about blaxploitation and black comedy films, so you could fit anywhere in the spectrum of what we've been talking about. Oh dear. Yes, no, I'm getting what BBC is. Avenging Terrier. Oh god. Okay, and that's a whole different conversation. All the funny terminology in porn is very funny in my mind. Possibly also because I'm very easily amused. Oh, okay, Dr. Abigail, fireworks went off at the MCG, which could well mean Tay-Tay finished, yes. Oh, is that how that works? Strictly saying, when the Wayans lost the rights to do Scary Movie, they made movies called Haunted House. Okay. There we go. See, now we're getting into the weird film buff stuff, which I friggin' love. There we go. There we go. Okay. This is where it gets really complicated in the entertainment industry, where people will do something that's really successful, but because of the weird way the shit works, they don't actually own the rights to it. Okay, honey, that's pretty weird. Systems in F1 cars called brake-by-wire. Daniel Ricciardo calls it BBW. Okay. Yes, important. That's a big, beautiful woman. Oh, we were going to pop collars? I can pop a collar. No, he's very floppy. Okay. Yeah, no, Safa, we got to do the random shit because, Putin killed someone in jail. So, Avenging Terrier, to date, movies about home hauntings, protagonist setting up cameras. Yes. Oh, what were this Paranormal Activity were those movies? I think I've gone off. Streaky saying, funny enough, didn't mind later Scary Movie because they're taken over by the Zucker brothers. Okay. Oh, yes. They did Half Flying High and Naked Gun. There you go. Yeah. Those parody movies, they kind of have a place, and I don't hate them. Yeah, okay, yeah. The one you're talking about, I thought that's what you're pitching. It was a parody of Paranormal Activity. I think I've watched 3 or 4 of the Paranormal Activity movies. I know there's a fuck ton of them. There's more than 3 or 4 of them. Unloaded Weapon. I'm not even familiar with that. That's obviously a parody of Lethal Weapon, yeah? Oh god, Safa, that's a whole different genre. Porn parodies. People still make them. Like, with the internet and the sort of really short porn videos, there are actually still people who make full-length porn parodies. It's wild. Strictly saying, you reckon the parody movies were killed off the movie movies? Yeah. That they got pretty shallow in the end. Loaded Weapon? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I think we agree it was a parody of Lethal Weapon, which I also don't think I watched, but it's just because there's too many movies. That's right, Emilio Estevez and Sam Jackson. Pretty fucking good cast for a parody movie, honestly. So, Avenging Terror, you reckon people make movies about... Yes, no, that's the thing. Okay. There was a fairly influential movie review show here in Australia for a really long time, way over a decade, probably 2 decades. And it was just called The Movie Show with David Stratton and Margaret Pomerantz. It was a pretty influential movie review thing, and it was pretty good most of the time. David would be a dick sometimes, and Margaret Pomerantz would be fucking fatuous sometimes. But she did this thing that pissed me off, because she did it more than once. It was like a line she had that she thought was insightful and meaningful, but because she used it multiple times, I found it really shallow and annoying. She'd go, "I don't know why this film was made," and it's like, "Fuck off, Margaret. The film was made to make money. That's why they make these things. It's to fucking make money. So shut the fuck up. It's not an intelligent or insightful thing to say, why did they make this?" David Stratton disappeared as he did. Stricky Segas, is he still kicking? So Avenging Terry, you watched a good one last night. Oh my god, that old comedy Death Becomes Her. So it's Bruce Willis, Meryl Streep, and Goldie Hawn. That movie, pretty good. God, that must be like 30 years old now. Now I want to look it up. That must be really old. Death Becomes Her. 1992. I was right. It's a 30-year-old film. God damn. It was pretty good. Bob Zemeckis movie. He did Forrest Gump and Back to the Future. There you go. Yes, it was an effects-driven movie. Yes. The whole thing. Safa, so there you go. You were born the year Death Becomes Her came out. Yeah, Bruce still has hair. I have to admit, I have a real soft spot for Bruce Willis. He just has a particular charm. So I'm willing to forgive a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, Isabella Rossellini. She was in her prime then. Absolutely fucking gorgeous. Just an amazing woman. Ugh. And yeah, she was the temptress who gave the people immortality. Yeah, no, she was absolutely incredible. So, Vegetarian, you love Bruce Willis films in your late 20s. Oh, yeah, but you can go back and watch them, and a lot of them still stand out. That was pretty common for famous people to have a body double for nude shots. Yeah. And some, you're right, there is almost definitely a Fifth Element porn parody. Almost definitely. And now I'm going to look for it. Okay. Fifth Element. Oops. No, what am I doing here? Porn parody. What comes up when I search that? On Pornhub. Fifth Element porn parody porn videos. Okay, so it's like on all the big porn sites, X videos, XNX. Okay, what does Pornhub return? Yes, I'm 18, Pornhub. Oh, yes. No, there's a lot of porn on Pornhub of someone dressed like a Lilu. Lots of Lilu porn. Oh, and someone dressed up as the Fifth Element. Like, I'm not sharing this screen. I'll get fucking banned from YouTube. But I'm not seeing a full length one. I feel like it's probably... Yeah, lots of Fifth Element cosplay porn. All right, so we've had that answered. There's lots of Fifth Element cosplay porn. Was the Fifth Element the only time he had blonde hair? I think so. Of engineering, Bruce ad-libbed 2 lines in the Fifth Element. Line where he confronts the guy at the front door with the gun when Ian Holm accidentally calls him Mr. Willis. Nice. Star Trek Next Generation porn. Oh, there is heaps of Star Trek porn parody. Oh my God. Oh yes, we've had this conversation before. The Star Trek Next Generation porn parody, when you take all the sex out, is actually a pretty decent start, because they were obviously Star Trek fans. Yeah, the Mr. Willis line is still in the movie. It's kind of like in the original Star Wars movie where Mark Hamill, after they blow up the Death Star, calls Carrie Fisher Carrie. He's meant to say Leia, and he says Carrie. And the version that went into cinemas, that's still in it. I think in some of the disc releases, it's been dubbed to say Leia. But in some versions, he still says Carrie instead of Leia. Okay, random thing that popped into my head, like someone saying Mr. Willis. The David Lynch Dune movie, which is kind of fun, very cheesy and whatnot. But Sting is in it, and that's probably when Sting was at his most famous as the lead singer of the Police. And he's playing Fade Ratha. And Patrick Stewart is in it. And Patrick Stewart is not particularly famous in Hollywood terms at this point. And I saw an interview with Patrick Stewart where he said, we were basically told not to bother Sting. We weren't to talk to Sting, but he thought that was kind of silly, and Sting would probably want someone to talk to him. But Patrick Stewart had no idea who he was. He just said this thing, you're not meant to talk to him. And Patrick Stewart, that's ridiculous. I'm going to go talk to him. And so Patrick Stewart just started talking to him, and Sting was kind of happy that someone was just talking to him as a person, and they were chatting, and Patrick Stewart said to him, I heard you were in a band. And Sting found that really funny, that Patrick Stewart's vaguely going, I heard you were in a band. And what's the band called? And Sting just kind of smiled and said, The Police. And Patrick Stewart, still not registering anything, went, oh, you're in a police band. Just absolutely ridiculous. Wait, you're saying Sting went to jail? I didn't know that. Patrick Stewart appeared in 2 sci-fi movies before his Picard. First was June. Oh, you looked it up. Vampires. It was called Life Force. He was in the Police. How could he go to jail? I don't think Sting's ever been in jail. But that little story Patrick Stewart tells about just being completely oblivious to who Sting was and how famous he was. And when Sting says his band was the Police, Patrick Stewart goes, oh, you're in a police band. Oh my God. Beautiful naivety. Oh, Streaky Sager. Okay, so you're a fan of the Patrick Stewart film Life Force? Oh God, it sounds like quite a ride. Okay, I'm gonna have this. It's been half an hour since I've had any onion rings. I'm gonna have some. Scared the shit out of you when you saw it at age 11. Probably not for 11-year-olds. I think what was an inappropriate film I saw when I was young? I see that, but Strictly Sega, that's a classic film when they've got a half-naked woman or a fully naked woman for half the movie. In the video days of the 80s and early 90s, gratuitous nudity in films was a very big deal. Oh God, is that real? The naked woman was a corpse? That is very unsettling. An alien. Oh dear. Oh, like Species. There was really weird scenes in Species, yeah. I remember a really gratuitous straight-to-video film that was kind of cashing in on Alien, and it was called Inseminator. And it's exactly what you think it was. Okay, so you're saying Species and Life Force was similar. I thought Species was pretty good, yeah. A little bit trippy, but very good. I mean, I shouldn't eat those onion rings because then I just want to eat more of them. Oh, we're going to start sharing stuff on Letterboxd. Well, that's essentially what they're saying, but it was one who inseminates an inseminator. Yes, there were ovipositors and there was egg insertion in inseminator. It's very gratuitous. All-time favorite movies: Alien, Outland, Moon 44. I don't think I know Moon 44. Outland, which is great, Sean Connery movie. It was literally high noon in space. It was a remake of the old Western High Noon, but set in space. And also Alien, great. Benching Terry, never saw Inseminator. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, it was so gross, I should say. Oh, Letterboxd. I'll let Strictly Sega explain Letterboxd. But you can share movies on it, basically, I think. Do I think, okay, what other gratuitous straight to video movies did I see in the 80s? Okay, so Letterboxd is a site where you log movies you've seen. Okay. So Moon 44, made in Germany, mid-90s by the guy who made Independence Day and Stargate. There you go. I do love those movies, Independence Day and Stargate. Sorry, onion rings are very Moorish. I have to stop eating them. Let's drink some more soda water. Oh, goodness. Gracious me. Oh, looks a lordy. Sci-fi. I don't know, it's not that rare. Mrs. Angry is very much into sci-fi. She got me into some sci-fi I didn't know. Like one of our very early date nights, we went to see the movie Serenity at the cinema. I'd never watched Firefly. She'd watched all of Firefly. I hadn't watched it. So the movie Serenity was my first exposure to that. And Dr. Abigail's very sci-fi. So the basic plot of Moon 44, corporate entity losing its ore shipments, send a cop and he uncovers corporate corruption and the shit hit the fans. Yeah, Firefly is better than Serenity, but Serenity's okay. Okay. I haven't seen Moon 44, but you have seen Ghost Chase by Roland Emmerich. Mrs. Angry is not as much into action-based stuff, so she hasn't watched Halo. We did watch The Expanse together. We both really like The Expanse. I watched Serenity at least a year before I watched Firefly. I just was not aware of Firefly. And it was just one date night. Mrs. Angry said we should go and see this movie. And I thought it was pretty good. And she's going, oh, now you need to watch this show. What's this quote? I thought the Lord had some pretty serious words about killing Pritch. Oh, yes. Oh, God. He had all the good lines. Yeah, see, Sega, we were the same. I was completely unaware of the existence of Firefly. And yeah, watched the movie in the cinema. And then Mrs. Angry said, well, we should watch Firefly. Which I think is better. It does. Pretty fuzzy on subject kneecaps. Mal had so many good lines. Firefly is so quotable. There's so much fun stuff there. I remember one episode where it's like he's fighting with some big... It's getting to the climax of the episode, and he's fighting with some big dude, and the rest of the crew get there. And I think it's Jane is going to shoot the bad guy that Mal's wrestling with and losing. And he's like, Kerberos is like, no, the captain has to finish this on his own. Mal's going, are you crazy? Someone's shooting. It's just like, ah. Yeah, Serenity was essentially a closing off it. It was so weird when you look at all the stuff that happens on streaming now. The whole thing of fucking up Firefly was such a bad decision. I don't know what you're asking there, Safa. The episode where the guy gets thrown into the motor compressor. No, okay. Clara from Doctor Who is not in Firefly. No. The episode, I just generally love Firefly. It's really well done. They do some very interesting stuff in it. That could, you're right, Avenging Terrier, that could be Safa's confusion. Someone Glau looks a bit like Clara from Doctor Who. I have to admit, oh yes, no, Space Above and Beyond. I didn't watch a lot of it, but I do remember. I think that was made in Australia. And yes, sci-fi nerds hate the execs who killed a Firefly. I feel like at least some of Space Above and Beyond was made in Australia, because the lead was an Australian actor. Yeah, like I said, I didn't watch a lot of it, but I am aware of it. Actually, you know what I wasn't aware of, and I stumbled upon on, and this is on Prime. So back in the 80s, there was a, the David Lynch cheesy Dune movie. But the Sci-Fi Network in the 90s did the sequels, essentially. So Dune Messiah and Children of Dune. And they're actually pretty good. they're definitely as good as it would be possible to make a show like that on the Sci-Fi Network in the 90s. I was super surprised. It's in a couple parts. I think they just call the whole thing Children of June. But it covers the plot from June Messiah and Children of June. And it's actually pretty good. Did Space Above and Beyond only last for one season? I thought it lasted for longer than that. Like I said, I never really actually watched it. But the Children of June series has names. It's got like William Hurt and a young what's his name? Oh god, my brain's fucking stopped working. It's too late. Yes, Videodrome was definitely a weird movie. You have a Discord channel called Civic TV based off Videodrome. I'm trying to remember, is Videodrome, is that James Woods? There were so many fucking weird films came out around that time. Not Super Tim Smith, but I don't know, half Tim Smith? Are you talking about Space and Above and Beyond? Only one season, but they did tie up the ending. Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. Yeah, okay. I thought so. Videodrome was James Woods. Long live the new fresh. Ugh. Long live the new flesh. So yes, Videodrome is James Woods. Puts a video cassette into a vagina. Yes, it was weird and messed up. I have watched Videodrome once. Is it a Cronenberg film? I have this weird feeling it's a Cronenberg film. But yes, weird kind of messed up stuff. Again, I kind of love weird messed up stuff. Yeah. All right, so his TV station's called Civic TV, and it is a Cronenberg film. Yeah. Oh. What's the weird? There was one that I didn't really get into when it was released. I did watch it. I feel like I want to rewatch it because it was potentially good. It's a Cronenberg film where people were in a video game. And they had these weird organic controllers for the game. Oh god, someone's going to come up with the name of it. Who's in it? Jude Law, very young Jude Law, and Jennifer Jason Leigh, I think. The Existenz, yes. That's the name of the game they're playing. I feel like I need to go back and watch Existenz. I didn't hate it when it came out, but I think I didn't really get into it. And it just kind of stuck in my mind. I think like, man, maybe if I went back and watched Existenz, I might get really into it. Because it just threw in the layers of fiction, and so you weren't absolutely sure when they were playing a game and when it was real life. It's very weird. Yeah, I don't remember if I watched it in the cinema or on video. But it's one of those ones where I feel like, I feel like I should go back and watch that. Like, I only watched They Live from beginning to end for the first time about 2 years ago. That's pretty good. Very cheesy, but good. you mean Snowpiercer? The sort of post-apocalypse train on its endless run around the world? Yeah, Snowpiercer. Okay. Again, but John Hurt, what an amazing career. He did so many amazing things. you and me both. I'm late night, you're early morning. I forgive mistypings and misrememberings because it's all life's rich tapestry. Oh man, okay. All right, so that clarified cocktail is quite good. Yes, John Hurt, the War Doctor. He's fucking good. Okay, he's doing one of his first films was about Satanism. Yeah, well, I remember him. He was Winston Smith in 1984, which actually came out in 1984. And he was very good. It was a pretty good movie. Sorry, I love that. Avenging Terrier. Damned if you can remember it. Can't be as bad as the movie about demons with Bill Shatner. Jesus Christ, Bill Shatner did some cheesy shit in the 60s. So you liked Existence, but loved Videodrome and Fly, Dead Ringers and Scanners. Oh God, Scanners was a fucking weird thing. He was very good in 1984. Oh, Brazil. I love that movie. Terry Gilliam movie. Very weird. Do 1984. I've read the book 1984 a couple times. I quite like it. And I thought the movie is like Richard Burton's last movie, and he was very good in it. It was very interesting, the stuff they changed in the movie. Blown away when Robin Williams popped up. Who was he in Brazil? That's actually throwing me. I don't think John Hurt was in Brazil. I think that was just an oblique. I'm sorry, was that the early John Hurt film you were talking about? I still don't get the floating head. I'm not remembering something here. Oh, that was the early Bill Shatner movie. God, he did some weird stuff. Tried to watch Brazil, couldn't pass it. It's very interesting because there's a lot of dream stuff in it and a lot of surrealism in it. And yes, I'm pretty sure John Hurt's dead now. Oh, but that's classic Bill Shatner. Every single word is its own sentence. He's so easy to parody. I love Robert De Niro's character in Brazil is so fucking weird. Just this anarchist guy. And the ending of Brazil is so fucking dark. Yeah, he's the plumber. It's just Brazil is weird and surreal and dark and like dictatorship as a farce. It's wild. Oh yeah, Day of the Doctor. That anniversary stuff was fucking awesome. I don't think I know that one. Early Eddie Murphy movie, Chubby Rain. Oh God, I remember Bowfinger. Bowfinger was very weird. Eddie Murphy and Steve, what's his name? Vegetarian Brazil was dark. You were dating a guy who's into Japanese medieval armor. Hated it because but they were dreams. The armor things were dreams. Oh, so Chubby Rain was the movie inside Bowfinger. Oh my god. Bowfinger was so weird. Steve Martin and Eddie Murphy. It was so weird. Oh, Dr. Abigail's playing us. There you go. I kind of agree with you, Safa. I really loved the 50th anniversary stuff. The one I loved that it wasn't actually broadcast, but you can get it on disc. I've got it on disc, and you can get it online. There's a bit in the Time War where there's like a ship that's crashing, and they're calling for help, and they need a medic. They're calling for a doctor, and the doctor comes in, but it's not the one you're expecting. And it's that was so good. And then that led into being the War Doctor. Oh god, Zardoz. That is such a fucking weird film. So weird. Oh god, Tetsuo the Iron Man was extremely weird. And the sequel, Tetsuo 2 Body Hammer, which is more of a movie. Tetsuo Iron Man was a weird sort of student film. That was it. Night of the Doctor. Yes. Oh, Avenging Terror. You can get into Doctor Who whenever you want. That's fine. Paul McGann. That was the name I was trying to remember. He did that Doctor Who movie in the 90s. And it was such a... They kept it a secret. They released this thing where someone's on a ship that's crashing and they're calling for a doctor, and you hear a TARDIS, and Paul McGann pops out and says, "I'm a doctor, but probably not one you were expecting." It was so clever. Really. Didn't we mention that earlier? Outland was literally High Noon remade in space. Like, literally. Do you know Picard's love interest in Picard was the same actress who played the head of the church in Doctor Who? There you go. Techno church where you have to be naked. Nice. Yes, that TV movie was for the US market. Didn't work. Although Paul McGann did do some audio adventures, which people liked. Yeah, no, that mini-sode was fucking great. And just that line, "I'm a doctor, but not the one you're expecting," was so clever. You got called away to get coat hangers. Okay. Yeah, no, it was not just a Western. It was High Noon. It was literally a remake of High Noon, but set in space. Church of the Holy Mainframe, yeah. Russian's opposition leader is dead. It's kind of like anyone who opposes Putin's dead. It's only about deadlocks in the wood setting on the sonic screwdriver. There was that really funny scene where they were trying to open a mechanical lock with a sonic screwdriver, and Clara got them out because it just wasn't locked. That's okay. Your memory doesn't have to be fully functional. Oh, good Lord. I think I'm gonna have a drink. Remember Billy Piper doing Honey to the Bee song in 99? She's done so much stuff. Yes, the scene in the dungeon, all three of them geniuses, and the fans, yeah, very impractical, all of them. Oh, of course, Putin was involved. I think Safa said that earlier, actually. No, that's okay. I think Jodie was let down by some kind of dodgy scripts. I think she's a really good performer, and she did the Doctor's really good character, but was let down a bit by scripting. But again, you're allowed to have your favorite, and I like them all for different reasons. I loved Matt Smith as the Doctor because he would flip between the sort of childlike innocence and being hard as nails. And I fucking loved that. And yes, I also loved Peter Capaldi. I thought did brilliant work as the Doctor. And I'm not saying that just because I am also an angry old man. And yes, Safa, Jodie, Vegetarian, she was great in Attack of the Block. Also, wasn't it funny that also, what's his name who ended up in Star Wars? Oh, fuck. See, you're apologizing for not being completely all there, avenging Terrier, but I keep forgetting names. Attack the Block was a good sci-fi film. Your all-time favorite emotive scene in Doctor Who is Capaldi's Dr. Patrick. Oh my God, the Diamond Prison that they worked out he spent billions of years breaking out of. And then he ends up, those two episodes, Heaven Sent and Hell Bent, and he ends up on Gallifrey, and when the head Time Lord comes to him, he literally draws a line and it's like, don't cross it, get off my planet. I was like, God damn. Yeah, Chris Chibnall does not have a lot of fans. Oh, yes, Nick Frost being the drug dealer in Attack the Block. Yes. Yes, no, that's a real thing. Teenage Capaldi meeting Tom Baker because he loved Doctor Who. That's a real thing. And yes, Matt Smith actually was a good Prince Philip in The Crown. You think he looked like he was playing the Doctor of The Crown. Nice. Yes. Yeah, I think we can all have our own Doctor. But those two episodes with Peter Capaldi, Heaven Sent and Hell Bent, when you realized how fucking dark they were. Because when he worked out what the Time Lords were doing to him, and he was like, fuck you. And he was just punching his way out of that diamond prison. And it took him literally billions of years to do it. And it's just like, and his whole thing was because fuck you. And I particularly love the whole thing when the Doctor regenerates. The personality. Oh yes, Last Night in Soho is a good movie, actually. Weird thing with telling a story across times, and Matt Smith's character quite dark in Last Night in Soho. You recently watched those Capaldi episodes? Is very good. And even the early episodes when he and Clara were trying to work each other out, I found them very funny. Oh, yeah. Wasn't the end of Last Night in Soho a trip? Go watch it. We won't spoil it any more than that. You find a movie called Last Night in Soho from a few years ago. It's really trippy. So Avenging Terry, another favorite scene when he met Liv River in the library. Yes. That's a Tennant one, yeah. Trying to think, my favorite bits where Matt Smith goes hard as nails. One was where there was like that England in space, and it was this space city floating on a space whale, and he worked out what's happening. And when he's like trying to deal with, what do I do? Do I lobotomize this creature? And when when Amy is trying to explain something to him, he just snaps and go, that's it, the beast below. He just snaps and goes, no human tells me what to do today. Because he's just like super fucking pissed off. Oh, actually, well, that's really complex, River Song and her timeline. But there's doubtless websites that actually gives her a timeline. Oh god, yeah, that was written by Neil Gaiman, Nightmare in Silver, where he just tried to make the Cybermen really terrifying. Like when you find out the Cybermen had evolved so much that the only way to fight them if they infected a planet was to basically eradicate solar systems. And yeah, he was very good when he was being himself and also controlled by the cyber intelligence. That was pretty good. And was the other Neil Gaiman episode The Doctor's Wife? When the TARDIS gets turned into a person and it's a woman? And Amy says that thing to her, what? The TARDIS turned into a woman? How did that happen? Did you wish really, really hard? It's just... And I love that because, again, Neil Gaiman's one of my favorite writers, and he just loves Doctor Who. And yes, I just throwing in Weeping Angels, probably the best monsters. Yes. Oh yeah, no, I fucking loved Matt Smith. And like I said, it just comes back the way he could flip between being this childlike innocent and hard to know. The other one was Good Man Goes to War. When he does that really elaborate thing to beat the people who are trying to get him, and he tells that guy to tell his troops to run away because I want people to know you as General Runaway. So when anyone tries to get to me through the people I love, they see what a mistake that is. And it's like, wow, you're actually extremely fucking scary. You love the bit in the minisodes, the TARDIS got locked inside. The TARDIS and Amy was eyeballing her own body. Do I really look like that? Yeah, how we don't really see ourselves. So you saw Peter Capaldi in the show The Thick of It. Yes, that was he was pretty famous for The Thick of It. Malcolm, whatever that character's name, where he was just swearing all the time. It's very funny. Matt Smith wanted to stay an extra year. I've never heard that, Safa, but also I don't know. What was the other thing he did in A Good Man Goes to War? Oh yeah, when the mean lady with the eye patch said something about him, like, you won't do that, you know, you're too good, that's why you have all those rules. And he says, good men don't need rules, and today is not the day where you want to discover why I have so many rules. Your fave, Matt Smith, the Richard Curtis. Oh my God, Vincent and the Doctor. You can get that clip on YouTube where they take Vincent to the modern day art gallery. It's like, if I ever want to have a good cry, just watch that clip of Vincent being taken to the art gallery. Oh, that rips my fucking heart out. And yes, Capaldi was actually a character as a Roman in the Fires of Pompeii. And they did that whole thing and because he knows when he's got that face, he recognizes the face. And it was that thing to work out, why do I have that face? Yeah, Vincent and the Doctor. Okay, and I have to admit, I've said this before. I love the fact that, like, Amy thought she was saving Vincent. She was going to show him how important he was. And it was that amazing moving scene. And then they took him back. And then, like, Amy checked the history, and Vincent was still killed by his depression. And she was really thought, I was going like, no, that was so well done, because a lot of people with serious depression and other life-threatening mental illnesses can have good days and can have beautiful moments. It doesn't cure the mental illness. And I thought that was very powerful and really well done. And yes, Bill Nighy is pretty much always good. And he did that delivery of the gallery director really well. Oh God, what a terrifying idea. Doctor Who, Harry Potter crossover. Benji Terry, if you ever get enraged, angry at life, yeah, it literally is. If you need the release, watch that clip on YouTube. What was your previous question, Dr. Abigail? I could have missed something. Oh, is there a supercut of River Song? I mean, probably there. I feel like there are probably websites that will give you the timeline, because it was fairly well done. That whole River Song thing. So she got to interact with David Tennant and Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi. And the times were all sort of mixed up and crossed over when they did it. It was pretty good. Okay. I love that we're having an in-depth Doctor Who conversation too. Also, Bernard Cribbins, who was in one of the Peter Cushing movies in the 60s. And then he came back into the modern Doctor Who, which was very cute. And they even got him a little bit in the specials, the David Tennant specials. He was meant to be in more, but sadly he died. But he is there for a moment, which is nice. Oh, yes. Alex Kingston confronting Nazis. Yeah, no. She says something about being Jewish and queer, I think, when she's getting up in the Nazi's face. Well, you interact. Is that what you wanted to happen? No, the CPAP machine is waiting for me. So, Justin, you reckon there was going to be a crossover in the David Tennant Christmas special? Jensen, I've literally never heard that. That doesn't mean it isn't true, because sadly, the BBC don't tell me all their plans. Only some of them. No, they don't tell me anything. But literally, you saying that was the first time I have ever heard a reference to that. But you know what? We're on the internet. I'm just going to look. Doctor Who. Oh, wow, that's bad typing. Harry Potter crossover. Those are all just fanfic. These are all just fanfic. Does anything come up in news? Oh, here it is. Okay. Voldemort was fuck off, Metro. Fuck off, Metro, you fucking cunts. 12-foot ladder. Fuck you, you fucking cunts. See if I can get that to open on 12-foot ladder. Okay. Almost whipped out a Harry Potter thing. Plans to combine them. Were considered in 2008, but spiked. Hoping to recapture the success of Kylie Minogue's appearance in the Doctor Who Christmas special, Russell T Davies reportedly came up with the idea of a Harry Potter crossover. J.K. Rowling would come down with a nasty space bug that brings a character to life, would return the creatures to the books they came from. Davies asked Rowling to pen the episode, turned down the offer. David Tennant played the Doctor, was not into the idea. So, okay, it was literally a thing they thought of doing at one time. That was genuinely a thing they considered doing. Okay. Love Tennant and Smith and Day, the Doctor. That was pretty funny. Also, was a line when Matt Swift said the wibbly wobbly timey wimey thing, and the War Doctor just was, "What is wrong with you?" David Tennant's like, "I don't know where he gets it from." It's so good. Fanfic. Did Star Trek books in the 60s. Oh, but that was the original slash fic. Kirk Spock gay porn. That was the original fan fiction. That's why sexual fanfic is called slash, because the original one was Kirk / Spock. And it was mainly written by women and typed up and mimeographed and shared at Star Trek conventions. That was the original fanfic. Oh, coming up on 6 a.m. Coming up on midnight for me. Yes, Hurt Tells Them Not to Shore Like Children was hilarious. Yeah, there's no way they'd get J.K. Rowling on Doctor Who now. Fucking bigot. Regeneration is definitely a lottery. Oh God, I'm so looking forward to Ncuti Gatwa as the Doctor. His Christmas special was good. And he's just, is the thing, he's just this sort of effervescent positivity. And I really want to see him be in some dark shit on Doctor Who. And because I've seen some sort of teaser photos of various things, like he goes to visit the Beatles in the 60s, and so he's just wearing this super hip 60s stuff and got a fro and whatnot. It's just like, yeah, man. Because it's kind of shaping up that, you know, like the various doctors have an outfit that they wear all the time that doesn't vary very much. It's all, there's a kind of vibe, I don't know if this is going to bear out, but that Ncuti's not going to have an outfit. Like he's going to have different clothes in every episode, but we'll see, because I don't know if that's a thing. They should bring back Torchwood. I don't know. There were bits of Torchwood I liked, but also there was fucking Torchwood stuff that just did the worst tropes of like, let's split up. Like, yeah, you know, we're in an unknown territory and all we know is there is a dangerous, murderous enemy here. We should split up. Do you mind if I post YouTube link to the Spock? Oh, you just found it. Avenging Terrier. I don't know if you've been on the Discord, because if you put links here, I won't see it, and I certainly can't get it. Where's the Discord? Oh, God, I remember how this shit works. Invite. Okay, if you're not already on the Discord and you feel like it, you can post on the extent. Oh yeah, the sexy cyber woman was funny and gratuitous. They call it Love Trek, the Lost 60s gay Star Trek episode. But yes, I feel like all modern sci-fi fantasy fanfic was born from Kirk / Spock fanfic that was passed around at Star Trek cons in the 70s. There was a lot of good stuff on Torchwood, but there was also stuff in Torchwood that annoyed the crap out of me. It's way too early in the morning. Look, it may be another time. Whatever works for you. But yeah, I'm pretty sure if you post a link in the chat, I won't see it. Links to the original Novel Gay episode. That's okay. Also, it's just making me laugh. I'm just thinking of George Takei saying how when he came out later in life and became a bit of a gay icon, and William Shatner was surprised. Him apparently saying to Shatner, "You have the worst gaydar in history." It's like I feel like everyone except you knew I was gay. Particularly when that one episode where they're all in some fantasy world and he's running around shirtless, swashbuckling. Pretty gay. Yes, that became George Takei's catchphrase. Oh my. Also, I did make a video joking because Mrs. Angry is a nerd. She actually had a homemade Star Trek uniform, and I used it in a video because I found the concept of Starfleet captain calling for shields when they were under. Like apparently, there's one person who gets to switch the shields on, and it's like when they're under attack or something terrible is happening, and the captain going shields, and it's like as if the person who's responsible for the shields is going to need to be told. Like there's some cosmic shockwave or missiles coming towards them, and they go, "That looks fucked up. I'm going to switch the shields on." Not actually going to wait for the captain to go shields because I'm going to fucking die if the shields don't come on now. They spent an hour oiling him up only because he asked them to spend an hour oiling him up. Oh my. Oh my. What is that? It's redonkulous. Oh my god. Typical for these streams. We've fucking covered. It's been pretty sci-fi heavy tonight, which is good. Line from Galaxy Quest. The red thing is moving towards the green thing. I think we're the green. Galaxy Quest is such a good movie. Also, I remember I forget what it might be in one of their memoirs or whatnot, but it's kind of like the Star Trek cast, and it might have been Shatner and Nimoy talking, and like they heard this and they initially thought it was shitting on them. They thought Galaxy Quest was basically saying Star Trek was shit, and they were a bit annoyed. But then I know, like one of them saw it and saw it in a cinema and saw how passionately the audience was into it, and they're like, no, they are not shitting on Star Trek. This movie is a love letter to Star Trek, and it is, and it's so good. It's really funny because it calls out all the weird tropes, not just from Star Trek, from other sci-fi stuff as well, but at the core is that belief that humans could form a positive force in the universe, which is nice. Now, Avenging Terrier, we are all fucking sci-fi nerds here. Yeah, Galaxy Quest is so good. It's so funny, all the various twists and turns that happen in it. So you're saying Patrick Stewart was incensed by Red Dwarf? Oh no, that may well have happened as well. But what I'm talking about was some discourse between original series Star Trek cast members about Galaxy Quest, that they originally thought Galaxy Quest was shitting on them, and then one of them actually saw it in a cinema and just felt the massive positivity of the audience and said, oh no, they're not shitting on us. This is a love letter to Star Trek. Dr. Abigail, huge sci-fi nerd. I'm a huge sci-fi nerd. Most of us on the stream, huge sci-fi nerds. It's a good thing. Rumor has it Galaxy Quest was going to be a parody with the original actors. Well, you just found that one online? I've not heard that one either. Yeah, Mega Leech, big sci-fi nerd. But it's fun. Speaking of sci-fi nerddom, whenever I crawl out of bed in the morning or midday, I don't know when I'll get up. Who knows? Probably gonna start watching Halo Season 2. You purchased Demon Seed. Is that an anime or a game? That sounds familiar. I know nerds everywhere. I always do that in real life. It's like the jock character from Revenge of the Nerds. He just goes, nerds. Oh yeah, Tony Shalhoub was on Shroom. Not real Tony Shalhoub, but his character was clearly fucked up on hallucinogens. On that, yes. Oh god, I need to watch Dark Star. And in fact, there should be a fucking remake of Dark Star. I've seen bits of Dark Square. No, I said Halo. I did not say Hilo. Hilo's how Marines refer to helicopters. Also, maybe I said Hilo because I'm slightly inebriated, but I meant Halo. The beach ball in Dark Star. I just remember the guy with his like video diary about how they lost part of the ship, including the toilets. Okay, I did not know they were the first one to talk about light speed. I just think Dark Star was kind of cute, and the effects were so bad. It needs to be remade. Someone who can write a good script and do good effects. And yes, Safra, I might be watching Master Chief in the morning or whenever the fuck I wake up. Get some of my carb-heavy food and do it. I mean, yeah, I should go home because I'm drunk. Oh, it's so lucky I'm actually home. Wow, that works out quite well. John 117. Also, that guy, and I always forget his name, but he's deceptively fucking large. Like, they accentuate how big he is in Halo, but he's done so many other shows, and he's a really good actor. And I feel like in all the other shows, they don't accentuate how fucking big he is, but he's huge. And they really accentuate it in Halo. So Dark Star goes from 0 to light speed. Light speed effect never appeared. Oh, okay. Neat. First sci-fi to deal with light speed. Oh, Dan O'Bannon. Like, Star Wars would not be as good without Dan O'Bannon. And he was central to the Alien franchise as well. He's a fucking legend, Dan O'Bannon. But yeah, no, I generally like last time I forget I was watching a bit of Dark Star, and oh man, this needs to be remade. Saying yeah, he wrote Alien, wrote Dark Star, yeah. Or even do a series, like a streaming series around Dark Star or something like that. It's a crime that we don't have a big budget version of Dark Star, basically. Ah, dear. Everything. Will I get Dark Forces for the PS4 remaster? I mean, I didn't know that was happening. the temptation would be pretty fucking strong, honestly, because I played Dark Forces on PC in the 90s and I fucking loved it. So the movie had the music Benson, Arizona, which was parodied again in Iron Sky too. Oh, I just love we're bringing out all the trivia. Yes, actually, Strictly Sega, you and Avenging Terrier are going mad into the cult stuff, which is great. Yes, I have not even heard that they were talking about doing a Dark Forces remaster for PS4. That would also be weird because it would be a very small game compared to modern games. But yeah, it was like the first person shooter in the Star Wars universe. I fucking loved it. Oh, that's nice. Avenging Terry, you're under 30, but you inherited a lot of DVDs from your dad. Nice. Sounds like your dad's like my age, Gen X. Jin Urso replaced Kyle Katarn. Yes. Is Andor the Kyle Katarn of Disney? That's pretty good headcanon, Safa, actually. Yes, so you're right. The Dark Forces story was him getting the Death Star plans, so it's not canon. But still good. I was so into shooting stormtroopers the first time you could do that. It was so cool. Avenging Terry, your dad thought he was Han Solo. Grew up with a man who acted like Ford S. Solo. But again, all dads are embarrassing. Avenging Terrier. That's just thing. Yeah, it'd be good to watch those things with your dad, definitely. Oh, okay. Could Andor be a Jedi or a Force user? Well, the official canon from George Lucas is literally anyone can use the Force with training. You get all these stupid fucking dickheads who have this whole bloodline thing. Oh God, Avenging Terrier, your dad would literally walk into a room and say, "I got a bad feeling about this." Oh dear. Oh, that's classic. Oh my God. But anyway, yes, no, George Lucas officially said anyone can learn the Force. It's like yoga, you practice. And and I think that was part of him answering the question, why in the prequels were you getting those really wild, over the top Force fights, like, Yoda spinning around all over the place? Did you get the original ones? He goes, because you weren't seeing Jedi Master. Like, Luke wasn't a Jedi Master. He was just learning. Yoda was a Jedi Master who had Force mastery, just so far beyond what Luke had. And that was the thing that was picked up in The Last Jedi, and it was a terrible crime against the storylines that it was abandoned for the stupid fucking Rise of Skywalker movie. That's just an embarrassment. Goddamn. Okay, I feel like I need to take another toilet break and maybe get something else to drink. And that was the thing. They brought that out in the series, Kenobi, because when he was just hiding in the desert, he wasn't using the Force. So when Vader came looking for him, he had to reconnect to the Force. And it took him a while to get there. Problem with the early Star Wars movies. Yeah, no. And we also didn't have the effects. There was actually a good YouTube video. Someone who was good at special effects did a reimagining of the Kenobi Vader fight from A New Hope, where they were a bit more limp, because Alec Guinness was old as fuck in that. He couldn't do anything. But it's actually pretty good, this reimagining someone did of a much more dynamic saber fight between Kenobi and Vader. Oh, sorry, you're saying the same thing. Yes. Yes. Yeah, same thing. Yep. And I absolutely agree. There was an obsession with digital effects in the prequels. I absolutely agree with that. And you edited a copy of A New Hope to insert that. Oh, nice. Nice. That would elevate the movie, definitely. Okay. I'm gonna put up the volume on the elevator music. I have to go to the toilet break. I feel like I'm not super drunk, but maybe I want to drink something non-alcoholic, but I need more ice. So I'm gonna go to the loo and get more ice. Okay, volume down on the But you're when they're where we go. Why do I keep ice in the loo? They're just in the same general vicinity. Vicinity. Oh yeah, I also agree. Ewan McGregor's good eye candy, and he was pretty good in Kenobi, and also the Australian guy who's playing young Owen Lars. He's really good. I have this. This is a really thing. Beaver Trees mixer they call Distiller's Cola. Meant to be an upmarket mixer. Very caramelly cola flavor in this. Who knows? I may even drink more alcohol. But I wanted to have something that wasn't alcoholic to ease into it. Sorry, talking about ice and the loo. It's got me thinking about urinal cakes. Those weird disinfectant things that used to be put in urinals, which you don't really see anymore. When I was a kid, we called them trough lollies. No one actually ate them, but it was just a weird joke we had because the bit you pissed in was the trough, and they kind of looked like lollies, so we called them trough lollies. Did anyone else call them that, or was that a Dubbo thing? I don't know. Mm. Oh yeah, that's a very interesting taste. That oh my god, I'm not even sure they make that anymore. I feel like I haven't seen it for a while. Oh, Lorks a Lordy. Still carrying on. Oh. Close my Google Docs. Gin and It. Gin and Sin. That's a fun name for a drink. What's in that? Gin, orange juice. Okay, I'm already put off. Lemon juice and grenadine. Maybe it's okay. I don't like orange juice in cocktails as a rule. Gin berry. Gin and raspberry liqueur. And lime juice. So that's a gimlet with raspberry liqueur. Gin daisy. So I'm getting distracted looking at cocktail recipes. You've never heard trough lollies before? Okay. Keep your ice in a normal place. Going to loo and get some ice. Well, it was a journey. See, I was on the hero's journey, Mega Leech. The hero's journey involved first taking a piss. The second stage of the hero's journey involved continuing on to the kitchen and getting some ice and something non-alcoholic to drink. Oh yeah, that's actually quite satisfying. What's in this? Oh good, it's tiny letters. I am old and my eyes don't work. Where's my fucking phone? Did I leave it over here? Oh god, I'm an idiot. And it's going to be running down the battery. Okay. I need a brighter light if I'm going to read little letters. All right, let's see if I can read this. What are the ingredients? Carbonated spring water, sugar, flavor, including caffeine, roasted barley malt extracts, acid, cola flavoring, contains gluten, contains natural flavors and artificial sweeteners. So it contains sugar and artificial sweeteners. Well, that's interesting. Avenging Terrier, back from outer space. Check on your base. Maybe you should have changed that lock. Maybe you should have thrown away that key. That's okay. I randomly start singing too. No good reason. It's gonna there was a remake of the Man Who Fell to Earth. Like that was a Nicholas Roeg film from the 70s where David Bowie played an alien who was trying to fit on Earth and do stuff. And there was a streaming series with Chiwetel Ejiofor. Is anyone impressed that I can say Chiwetel Ejiofor while drunk? Yeah. But he plays the alien who's come to Earth to maybe save Earth, maybe not. But each episode is named after a Bowie song, which is kind of neat. Ooh, you've got a DVD waiting for you, Black Gun. Is that one of the blaxploitation films we're talking about? You can't pronounce his name while sober. I just randomly, I was going, what's that dude's name? Because I really worked at remembering his name at one. Oh yeah, Chiwetel Ejiofor. He was the bad guy in Serenity. He's really good. He's a good guy in The Man Who Fell to Earth. He's a good guy in most things he's in, actually. Is the lead in 12 Years a Slave? I kind of thought that was funny in the movie 12 Years a Slave. He tries to escape multiple times. It was like he's been a slave 3 years and tries to escape. And you're sitting there going, well, this is not going to work, is it? Because he's a slave for 12 years, obviously, from the name of the movie. So this is doomed to fail. It has been fun having you on here, Avenging Terrier. I'm going to go get some sleep. He was a Martian. There you go. Yes, he was in The Martian. Yes. Get some sleep. And I hope you get some good sleep and have a good day whenever you wake up down the line. He was a really good... He was actually a good, convincing nerd in The Martian. Because there was that whole bit where Matt Damon's character starts sort of calculating all the things going, and he goes, so technically, I'm a space pirate. And then when Chiwetel Ejiofor's character comes in and one of the NASA crew are saying something about, he's saying, like, how is he? And he's going, well, he's talking about being a space pirate. And Chiwetel Ejiofor just straight away goes, oh, yeah, well, that makes sense, because they're like, Tim Whittington. Hello, how are you doing? Popped up on YouTube homepage. I'm not angry. I'm really happy that I popped up. I don't know what time it is where you are. It's like 12:22 a.m. here, past midnight. And what you seeing? Yes, they're discussing the Council of Elrond, and Sean Bean's actually there. That is particularly funny. And hey, Pat, how you doing, by the way? Ooh. So I think I honestly feel like I've stayed relatively sober tonight. Not got much more than half Tim Smith. If I make another alcohol beverage, that will definitely wipe me out. But yeah, maybe I'll do that and go to bed. Finish my little fancy cola because I'm a fancy boy. Good. Glad you're good, Pat. Nice to see you, as always. Although, I don't know, good boys like you should be in bed post-midnight, shouldn't you? What sort of terrible things have you been up to? You just made me think of. Yeah, the movie Analyze This, which, yeah, the comedy Billy Crystal as the therapist who gets a client who's a mafia killer, Robert De Niro. And when Billy Crystal's trying to set boundaries and Robert De Niro's not into it, and Billy Crystal goes, you don't hear people say no very often, do you? And he goes, well, I do, but it's more like, no, please, no. Oh, funny movie. Very funny movie. Very silly, very funny. There's sort of a direct line between it and The Sopranos, with Tony Soprano getting therapy. Safa, what was your fancy cola? Was it as fancy as mine? Did it come in a fancy man bottle like this? It's small and elegant. Oh, Pat, going to wrestling. You love your wrestling, man. Good. It'd be a good time. Dr. Pepper's not fancy cola. Dr. Pepper's Dr. Pepper. Yeah, I know. Why would we talk about Mafia and Hitman and Pat? No connection. And I wish to go on the record in case this is being monitored by police, be they state or federal, that Pat is definitely not the most feared hitman in the criminal underworld in this country. He is not known as the smiling assassin. The mention of him does not strike terror into the hearts of the most feared criminals in Australia. And as Pat says, no, that's definitely not true. So I do just periodically feel compelled to put that disclaimer out there in case anyone in law enforcement either is live on the stream or watches it in playback later. I don't know where these rumors got started. I don't know why anyone would suggest Pat is a terrifying, cold-blooded killer. He's a sweetie. He's lovely. He would definitely not take money to kill criminals. He would not do that. So, you know, I don't feel like I can be clearer than that, really. So that is my official final word on it. So we can move on. That's been established. That Pat's definitely not the most feared contract killer in the Australian criminal underworld. Oh, Micro, how are you doing? You've got me as my energy wanes, quite honestly. It's like getting on to 12:30 a.m. here. Yes, I know. Any question raised by my statement is answered by my statement. Why did you go to the trouble of explicitly saying Pat's not a contract killer? Well, just because Pat's not a contract killer. Yeah, what's it? It's like 4 a.m. for you? Something like that. Just like late at night here and early morning for you. Okay, Safa set off the chant. Now we're all going USA, USA, USA. Woo! Oh, it's a glorious thing. Oh God, okay, very different. I got the time super wrong. It's actually 8:28 a.m. for you, Friday morning. Okay, I was way off. Oh well. No one pay attention to me. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I love it. Super Bowl. Fuck Kansas City. You watched the Super Bowl. I had it on at work because I was at work on Monday in the office. I had like one of the things, a big TV in the lunchroom, and I actually switched it to the I think it's Channel 7 that was running it or something. So looking at it every now and then, it was very close. For people who were into it, I think it was very exciting. But yeah, you wanted to catch glimpses of Tay Tay, which did happen. I did see her there a couple of times. It is a very weird, stylized game that for the overwhelming majority of the time, nothing happens. And then they just do these set pieces, which occasionally work and are very spectacular. Smicro, your take is the 49ers let defense step on them and they did not to let it happen. It's like they needed to sports harder. It's like, no, don't let the other team have the ball and do the thing. You need to have the ball and do the thing. Sports harder. Keep sportsing. You're not sportsing hard enough. Okay, I would disagree to an extent because I think stuff is happening in cricket all the time. There is a delay in changing ends in the over, but it's not a completely unfair comparison, actually. That's what you got to do. Oh no, the other team's doing more things with the ball. You need to get the ball and do the sports harder and win. Get the points. Do the thing. Put the thing in the thing. Hit the thing. Kick the thing. Whatever you have to do with the thing, do the thing. And win the sports. I'm not good with sport. I think I kind of got the gist of it there. But, you know. What are you going to do? Oh. You think I'd be a good coach, Safa? Just tell the team to get out there and sports harder. The other team is sportsing harder than you. Sorry, what are we talking about the big, beautiful women again for, Heine? I thought we'd moved on from porn. Been into toast. Toast is good. I'm not going to argue with toast, man. I might have toast for breakfast. I don't know. Wheat bread with strawberry jam. Damn. Oh, God, Mrs. Angry made some rhubarb jam, which is actually... Oh, Dr. Abigail, have you tried your rhubarb jam? Or is it still just sitting in the fridge? Break by wire. See, you say that, Heine. I just think you're talking about porn. Am I Tim Smith? Barely. I think I've only had 3 alcoholic drinks in 4.5 hours. Blackberry jam's nice. But Mrs. Angry grew a lot of rhubarb in the garden. And she did this whole thing, and she made all these jars of rhubarb jam. And it's pretty good. It's good on toast. Jam's good on toast. All the jams are good on toast. Kick out the jams, motherfucker. Sorry. That's Henry Rollins, isn't it? Black Flag? I can't remember. Who did kick out the jams? Oh, it's no harm, no foul if you end up trying it and don't actually like it. It's a fruity jam. Is that what BBW is for you? Big bisexual women? Yeah, it's all good. Something. I mean, all the weird terminology you get in porn. So I hear. I don't watch porn. That's evil, and Jesus doesn't want me doing it. Your mums who make jams are good mum. I also remember. I remember being impressed by my grandmother making cakes from scratch. Like she made a banana cake. It wasn't like a packet from the supermarket. It was all the raw materials and actual real bananas in it. And I just remember being impressed by that. Move on from porn, man. Let's see. Oh god. Okay, yeah. Every now and then, I don't know. I just see references to things and I don't understand it, and I feel bad and out of touch. Um, yeah. Right. Okay. Just looking up something gratuitous. That's what I thought it was. Okay, good. Okay, but isn't that real though? It's kind of like if you think of yourself, and it depends what age you are, whether you're thinking about 10, 20, or in my case, 40 years ago, the idea of the stuff that's just everywhere on the internet being available back then is too much to wrap your head around. Safa, I honestly could not tell you because when I was in Dubbo, I was not buying groceries. My guess would be yes. Back in the day, bananas probably would have been expensive in Dubbo because there would have been shipping costs there and whatnot. But I'm just being honest with you and saying, well, I didn't do the fucking grocery shopping, so I don't know. Bananas are good. In fact, just earlier tonight, I saw someone referring to, I think it was like banana whiskey. And I was just kind of thinking, that actually sounds good. Like, get a ripe banana and like all the flavors in the peel and just soak banana peel in whiskey and get banana flavored whiskey. Oh, you like them a little bit green. Okay. I like them just when you get just a couple of brown spots on the yellow peel. That's my favorite. Actually, fun that you put that. There are palm trees in Dubbo. The park, which is Victoria Park in Dubbo, has palm trees. It's not desert around Dubbo. It's farmland around Dubbo, just kind of flat plains. Go an hour west of Dubbo, you're in the fucking desert. So you're like 99% yellow, thin green stripe. See, I'm slightly more onto the ripe side. Yellow, and you get the first little brown spots. Just a couple. That's my thing. Mofo side, you're the third one to bring up Alexei Navalny dying in a Russian prison. Supreme Pizza. That's pretty good. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. I probably want a slightly overripe banana to put in whiskey and get some banana flavor in there. Yes, also, Dr. Abigail lives within an earshot of the MCG and has just been hearing Swifties screaming all night. Feels like I'm telling you not to say things. Please keep saying things, Mofo Sign. You don't know who Mofo Sign is? That is actually a person who I know for reals in real life. We have hung out, if that's who you're referring to. Comes into the stream sometimes. Or is it Taylor Swift that you don't know who we're talking about? You don't know who Taylor Swift is? Oh, no, he's a Russian opposition to Putin, who Putin poisoned and put in jail. And surprisingly, yet another Putin opponent is dead. There's a podcast. It's called something like Sad Oligarchs, because all the oligarchs who opposed Putin end up dead, by suicide or whatnot. And it's just like, yes, being opposed to Putin makes you so sad that you die. That mercenary dude who got his helicopter shot down, that was the one that floored me. It's like, holy shit, that was a fucking message. All right, you know what? I might go a little bit more booze. I want this bit of ice and put it in here. I'm going to do anything very sophisticated, but I have a whiskey liqueur I made just here, which is really yum. No, there are several things they do. Yeah, Micro, they go out windows of tall buildings, or they are found like hanged in their cellar or something because they were just so upset that they'd spoken out against Putin there. That was again that Wagner mercenary force, the guy who sort of led a mini revolution and stopped, and then really soon after his helicopter got shot down. It's like, damn, that's fucking cold. And yes, Mofo, that's the appropriate saying. If you aim for the king, you better not miss. Yeah. It's a high risk venture to challenge someone as powerful as Putin. God, it just makes me think of the movie The Death of Stalin, which I feel like rewatching because that is the darkest of dark satires I think that I've ever seen. But it's very funny. And the performances in it are all so good. So, Michael, you read an article talking about Russia has enough old equipment, makes enough per month, maintain their losses. I don't know. You're talking about the military losses in Ukraine, I'm guessing there? That seems very unsettling and unsustainable, but I'm hardly an expert in such things, so who the fuck knows? Oh, it's Micro responding, you love donuts. I am quite a fan of donuts myself, actually. Cheers, y'all. Oh, man, that is so fucking yummy. Oof. Hey, Richard, by the way. Just having a little bit of booze. This is a little liqueur I made, blend of whiskies and my special spiced apple brown sugar syrup. You're like Trotsky, but not dead. Yes, Trotsky had problems. That is definitely the original spelling of donuts. Yes, you're in the US. Dunkin' Donuts trademarked it. Everyone calls them donuts in Australia, just the DONUTS. And that's possibly because US trademark law doesn't necessarily hold in Australia. But yeah, everyone does the DONUTS. But yes, it's literally dough like bread dough, and the nuts, as in nuts and bolts, that's where the name comes from. It's the shape of a nut, as in nut and bolt, and it's made of dough. That's literally where the name comes from. But you'll find all the places that sell donuts in Australia, the vast majority of them spell it Donuts. Yeah, well, I guess if you make a straight pastry, that could be a dough bolt. Stick it in the donut. Yeah, go the whole way. Dough screws, confectionery for tradies, definitely. Homer eats almost anything, though, to be fair, Safa. But yes, he is particularly fond of donuts. That's a central thing. I love it. Micro Googled it. Google says they're fine. What do they know? Yeah. No, but you're absolutely right. The actual generic term is Doughnut. But yes, all the businesses in Australia say Donuts. Actually, now I just had this random thing. If I do a search, spell it the dough in Melbourne. How many stores come up with a different spelling? Okay. Okay, so Walker's Donuts spells it Dough. Daniel's Donuts spells it Donuts. Broadsheet has an article about the best donuts and spells it Doughnut. Urban Lists spells it Donuts. Time Out spells it Dough. Okay, best donuts in Melbourne. All Day Donuts, that spells it Donuts. Doughboys Donuts spells it Dough. Shortstop Donuts, Donuts. American Donut Kitchen, Doughnut. Cruller, Hector's Deli. Lucamadas. Dandy's Donuts, Donuts. Oakley Donuts, Dough. So it's split. Across Melbourne, the high-end donut places, they're split almost 50-50 with how they spell it. There you go. Sorry. We need to stop talking about donuts. That's fair. Ooh, that's a fun one. How much are hot dog vendor licenses in New York City? Okay, randomly I'm going to look at that. Hot dog license. New York actually auto-completed. How much does a hot dog stand permit cost in New York City? Lowest price location is $700 per year. Annual rent for the most desirable location is $200,000. Cost of purchasing 12 other prime locations is over $100,000. Jesus Christos. Goodness gracious me. Glad you prompted me to look that up. Micro. The most lucrative donut licenses in New York City apparently cost over $100,000 US dollars. That's not a good sentence, Safa. I don't know what that's trying to say. New York's okay. Well, let's just generally look up NYC population. Okay, 19 million people in New York City. New York State population. Holy shit. Okay. Only 19.5 million. I think I get what you were saying, Safa. New York City has got 19 million people, and New York State only has 19.5 million people. That's pretty freaky. Again, like you see, micro, I think population in Australia is even more concentrated than in the US. Like everyone lives in the capital cities. But Jesus Christ, that's full on. You do know people outside of NYC don't care for it. Want to separate the state, but they're important to the state's economy. Suck up all the resources. Yeah. Wow. That was a quite freaky statistic. 19 million people in New York City and only 19.5 million in all of New York State. That is friggin' wild. So if I do an equivalent here, actually, let's do this. Melbourne population, 5 million. How many people in the state? Okay, 6.8 million in the state. So nothing like that weird New York thing. So Sydney population, 5 million, about the same as Melbourne. What's New South Wales population? Oh, 8 million. Okay. Yeah, so that thing with New York is quite weird. My first time, anyone near Kensington Neighbourhood House hosting a discussion on dealing with conflict and disagreement. That's fun. New York State of Mind. Oh God, whose song is that? Is that Suzanne Vega? I don't know, I'm very vague. A lot of business happens. NBC and yeah. Yeah. Basically in the capital you wouldn't know it because New York City there's more going on. Yeah. I would love to visit like, Manhattan and the whole thing, but I don't know if I ever will. Richard, is that who does New York State of Mind? Jay-Z and Alicia Keys. You know, the hip hop better than moi. Oh, that's an interesting one. It's cool to see Times Square's smaller than you might think. Okay. I've only been to like the other side of the US, California, visited Vegas, as discussed earlier, drove from Vegas to Colorado. Oh yeah, Empire State Building is kind of interesting, like Art Deco skyscraper. I know. Just the number of people is terrifying. It's almost the entire population of Australia crammed into New York City. It's quite unsettling. Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to argue with you about New York traffic just being terrible. It's just one big solid snake slowly writhing through the city. Very poetic. I like that as a description of big city traffic. But like Mrs. Angry, before she moved to Australia, was living in London, which is a comparably fucking huge mega city. And when she sort of saw Sydney and Melbourne, she was like, oh, this is nicer. This is just kind of relaxed. And this is like a little town. Yeah, and yes, I agree, Dr. Abigail. All those people, they must all just be friends. Cram 20 million people into a really small space. I think they'll all be super friendly. So friendly. Oh. More friendly to the rats than the homeless. It's like that when people had that video of the subway rat dragging the huge pizza slice. Everyone liked the subway rat, as you say, more than they like the people. Oh, it's a bit harsh. I think New York's breeding super rats, bugs and usual. Yeah, cat-sized rats. Pizza Rat was pretty famous, just dragging the pizza slice that was bigger than it. Oh god, my first time. What's the rat park experiment? Emojis from Richard of Pizza Rat. What's a gibbet? A gibbet of a subway rat. No, I'm just getting confused. Oh god, I think I'm going to have to go to sleep. It's coming along 1 a.m. The Rat Utopia. I do remember there's been some very interesting studies on rats. That rats will actually act cooperatively. Oh, okay. Gibbet is the little charms for crocs. And you've got a subway rat for a croc. Well, that's nice. Okay, so Dr. Abigail knows what the rat park experiment is. I don't, unless I do. I don't know, a vague memory of different friggin' rat experiments, and I might even be inventing some of them in my head. I don't know. Life's confusing. All right. So it was a groundbreaking study showing environment's crucial role in drug addiction. More than genetics highlights how social and physical surroundings influence behavior. Okay. Assuming rats are the same as us, but yeah, sometimes those social experiments, I don't know, it's like the people prove the thing they wanted to prove. Oh, nice. I'm liking the trivia. A gibbet's also the name of the structure that supports a noose. Oh, yes, sometimes spelt with a G. Yes. Yes. I know that one. It's a fun word. Also, it's just fun to say. Gibbet is fun to say. It's like you're a frog. Gibbet, gibbet, gibbet. Sorry. I'm just freaking going. I'm definitely vaguing out. I don't think I'm going to last much longer. And I'm doing a date with Mrs. Angry, so besides needing to go to sleep at some point, I will probably also have to have a nap in the afternoon so I don't be grumpy. If I don't get enough sleep, I be grumpy. I don't want to be grumpy. I have never actually played Civilization. Oh, did I talk about I had to have meetings with the bosses? It was good. It was actually really positive. Yeah, I get what you mean. I've never actually played Civilization though. Yeah, I am reliably informed. If I don't get proper sleep, I can be grumpy. So I will get some sleep tonight. Well, I'll probably also have to have a nap in the afternoon. Some functional. Thanks, Richard, for the support on that. But yeah, I did have the meetings with the bosses about stuff that's happening. Apparently, like I'm the man. I get shit done. Who knew I could actually get things done? But apparently I can. So I'm in good with my immediate boss and my boss's boss at the moment. So that's good. I just have to ignore the imposter syndrome voice going, yes, you've got them fooled for an hour, but they'll eventually work out. Actually, Michael, you know who loves that sort of game? Mrs. Angry's lad is always playing these sort of world building and world conquest games, strategy games. He fucking loves them. Oh my God, that's such a good phrase. My nuke stockpile is deep and my pockets are deeper. I'm always hearing Mrs. Angry's lad going on about stuff about which country is aligned with which and which political system has just been overthrown. And he's always trying to get the anarcho-syndicalists to cooperate and overthrow the fascists. So, it's a good thing. And a pop quiz. Who's the next world superpowers? That's a really complex question, actually, because almost reflexively want to say China, but China's actually facing problems. Oh, my first time. Well, that sucks. Getting your bike nicked. That's fucking bullshit. Saruman snaps back gibbets and crews. So you're betting USA, Mexico, Poland, maybe Brazil if they get the shit together. It's really interesting. Brazil has at various times, and I mean in sci-fi and whatnot, been touted as having the potential to be a superpower. There's a few sci-fi books I know that have Brazil as a superpower. I am really tired. I'm going to have to retire. 1 a.m. I've soldiered on. I've been reasonably responsible and not drunk that much alcohol. Oofed, but I am fucking wiped out. I need to retire. So I'm going to. Okay, 5 hours. That's not bad for Friday night. I thank you one and all for joining in. Had lots of fun things. Yeah, I do have a date night tomorrow night. I might even give a review on Sunday night. And oh goodness me, 2 weeks we're going to see June Part 2 on date night. Yeah, I am for at least a few hours gone to sleep just here. Mrs. Angry tends to wake up pretty early, so at some point if I wake up at 6 or 7 a.m., I'll probably go back in there. But I've also learned if I go in there now, I'll probably wake Mrs. Angry up and she won't get back to sleep properly. And I feel bad about that, so I don't want to do that. Thank you. I am very pasty. There's no two ways about that. But, you know, it's better than having skin cancer. Wow, that came out of nowhere. Okay, so yeah, so I won't be doing a stream for Saturday night because I will be out on a date. Probably we'll be doing one Sunday night. Might even do a review of where I go for date night on Saturday. We shall see. But you fine folks, take care of yourselves, and we'll see you another time. And I will say